Hello, do we
Yeah,
understand the check activity?
okay, kasa yau ne?
Ina makazin su nan haka nake aje.
Okay.
Misali in case in Allah ya sa ya zo kaga sai mu je. In bai zo ba to ga tunan dai na hito su gaba ɗaya kaga kusa su.
So no problem.
Yawa. Mu ma mun san yazo saboda the way that we are going to at least enjoy.
Yes,
Yes. If things granted, I will sure.
Thank you.
Good morning once again. And we are going through our check-in activity this morning before the lecture commences. And the instruction is sent to the WhatsApp platform. And also I dropped the instruction on the chat box on the Zoom. So what it says that we are so expected to do is to draw your current mood and explain. You will be called upon to explain what you are able to put down. So what we are saying in essence is that draw your current mood. It could be what you are feeling, what is on your mind. It could be your to-do list. It could be your expectation. You just draw it and then send it to the WhatsApp platform. I'm going to share my screen and then we'll call upon the person's own that is being displayed on the screen for the person to come up and then explain to us. This is an opportunity. Hello, can you all hear me? I'm not seeing anybody's drawing on the platform. I don't know if we did not get the instruction properly, or if we are not here. We just logged in and then we are not here. What we are doing in essence is for us to be able to interact with one another. When you are given the opportunity to talk, you introduce yourself, and then you tell us what is you put down, so that we'll get to hear from you, we'll get to interact. That's the essence of what we are doing. So we have one here on the WhatsApp platform. Let me see if I can share my screen for you. This is from I'm trying to share my screen so that we'll get to see that of Emmanuel. Emmanuel, I mean, has sent in hers. Then we have that of Oluwatosin. So I'm just let the messages drop so that I'll be able to display it, and then we'll call on Emanuela to tell us. She actually wrote she actually described her mood. She said, I'm currently in a very happy mood, but this my journey is not really portraying it. So, Emanuela, we'll give you the opportunity to say it in your own words, how you are feeling, since the joy is not totally portraying what you actually have in your mind. Please, over to you, Emanuela. As my screen comes on,
Okay.
just continue. Yeah. Please go ahead, Emanuela.
Okay, good morning, ma. Thank you, ma.
Good
So
morning.
it's actually Emmanuel Anuluapo. It's Anu, not Emanuela.
Okay.
So my mood this morning, I'm feeling happy, but then the drawing is not portraying it that way because I don't understand the drawing. I wanted to draw someone that is smiling, but I didn't get it. But at the same time, I also have a lot on my mind because I have so many things I want to do today. So I'm feeling happy, and at the same time, my mind is occupied with thoughts of all the things I have to. do today. Oh my goodness. All the things I have to do today and cover today. That's all, ma.
Okay, thank you so much. You said the name is Emmanuel. Okay, Emmanuel. And
Yes, ma.
I get
Emmanuel
it right.
and
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. You said the name is Emmanuel. Okay, Emmanuel. And yes, ma'am. Emmanuel. Okay, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I'm trying to see if I can display the next person's one. This is from Oluwatosin. We'll also be rounding this session. If you have not done the check-in activity, please, if you are just joining us, I sent the instruction on the platform that you should draw your current mood and you explain. You draw your current mood and you explain. I said it could be what is on your mind. You draw your current mood. This one is from Oluwatosin. So Oluwatosin, over to you. I don't want to read what we have here. Let me give you the opportunity to tell us what you have put down. Over to you, please, if you can kindly unmute and share with us. Thank you. Oluwatosin. Is Oluwatosin with us? Hello. If you are just joining us, good morning. My name is Janet Nanchan. I'm taking us through our check-in activity this morning. Like I earlier said,
good morning, everyone.
Everyone to participate in.
Good morning, everyone.
To draw your current mood. Who is speaking, please?
This is Oluwatosin speaking.
All right, go ahead, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here this morning. And when I saw the activity, it wasn't like what we were prepared for, but just to lay my hands on something and probably draw something, that was why I actually came up with a house, like showing that, oh, today I'm at home, so I'm going to be doing the training or probably working from home. So that is what the house drawing signifies. I don't know if I tried a bit. So I also,
yeah,
you said what?
I say, no, you did well. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I drew a chair too. I was trying to draw someone on it or probably draw where people are having a meeting, but I realized my drawing ability could not get me up to that. So I just had to stop at probably a sketch of a chair. And I said, this is to show that I had a meeting, though it was a virtual meeting, with a client around 8 a.m. this morning. So I just did this, like I said, just to probably to make sure that the activities was done by me, and to just show that, oh, okay, let me try and see what my joinability is like. So for my mood this morning, I'm expectant. A lot of activities came up yesterday that we didn't even know it's going to get to that. So we are expecting more today. So just like the one you gave us this morning now. If somebody had me, right, had asked me, I wouldn't have believed that it would come up with something like this. But it's so exciting. So we are so expectant. So we are waiting for more. That means we should prepare for more. So I'm excited, and I'm so expectant of today's impartation and lecture. Good lecture with good lecturers that I know will come up soon. Thank you so much.
That's an interesting one. Thank you so much, Oluwatosin. Like you said, you're expectant, and then your mind is just open to whatever that will be coming, and I believe that you're going to learn a lot. You're going to learn a lot. We have a lot for you. There are so many topics, so many lectures that will be taken through out the mediation training, and you'll get to learn so much. Please, if you are just joining us and you have not sent in your current, we'll be doing this. We have about 7 minutes to round up this session. We have about 7 minutes to round up this session. You have to draw your current mood, what is going on in your mind. We have here from Hope. Okay, Hope, are you with us? If you have not sent in your own checking activity, what we are doing, like we have all heard from Oluwatosin, is an opportunity to interact, to get to know one another, to get to hear our voice. If possible, you can put on your camera so that we'll get to see your beautiful faces. That will be appreciated. But just like she has shared, she has shown so much insight, I mean to say, on what she's expecting from the training. She's actually amazed of what has been coming up throughout the training, just the first day, I mean. And then she's expectant. So please, Hope, are you with us? Please send in yours. It's for everyone to participate, please. We're going to do this before the main lecture will continue this morning. So this one is from Adewumi. Adewumi, please go ahead. You have the floor. Kindly explain to us what you put down. Adewumi. Okay, Adewumi said, reading and studying. So, okay, reading and studying mood this morning. Reading and studying mood this morning. Adewumi, are you still with us? If you have not done in your check-in activity, please do so. Send in your check-in activity. Draw your current mood. Let us know what is going through your mind. Let us get to know what is going through your mind this morning. You explain to us, we'll give you the opportunity. It could be a feeling, it could be your expectation, it could be your to-do list, whatever that you have. Actually, what Oluwatosin put down, that's a beautiful drawing, I must confess. So it's not everybody that can draw like that, but whatever you are able to put down, just share with us. We can have hilarious drawings and we'll crack up our moods this morning. Please send in your check-in activity. I'll be sharing my screen and then I'll call upon you to explain to us what you're able to put down. You introduce yourself and then you will explain to us. Okay, Hope is not here. Sorry. Adewumi is not here. Okay, I have one here from Chuku. Let me get the name correctly. Sorry, please.
Chukwudumebi. Yes, I've gotten it now.
Good
Chukwudumebi.
morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good
Your
morning for
apology is
sending your,
accepted.
yeah, thank you so
Okay, thank
much.
you very much.
Uh,
Thank So don't worry, I'm not offended.
okay,
All right,
thank
thank
you.
you so much. I want to use the opportunity to thank everybody for this opportunity to be here. It's a very wonderful opportunity, and I'm grateful to be part of this training. Well, I just wanted to participate in the check-in activity. That was why I just drew this and sent it. Anyway, my mood, it basically represents my mood this morning. I feel it's my mood is quite neutral. I found out I lost a friend a few days ago, so
Um,
it kind of
um,
stabilized me. But looking forward to this training has kind of lifted my mood. So that was why I drew this and sent it in. So I hope it serves as a wonderful. Please forgive my
mm.
drawing, but I hope it serves as a good drawing for the check-in activity. Thank you.
Yeah. So sorry about your loss. And thank you so much for participating in the check-in activity and then sharing your mood with us. Thank you so much. Okay, I don't know if we have any other here. Nobody has sent. Adewumi, are you still here with us? Are you back? Okay, I can see Hope. Hope, can you hear me? You are muted. You are muted. Kindly unmute and then let's hear your voice. Okay, let me see if I can unmute you from here, from my end. Okay. Actually, you are not muted, but we cannot hear you. I don't know if others can hear him, but from my own end, I cannot hear him. So maybe what you do, just send in your explanation on the chat box. Read it out. Is it Hope that is talking? Okay, let me see if we have any other person that has sent this. Wow. Okay, if you are just joining us, we just have a minute to go. We are going through our check-in activity this morning. And what we are doing basically is that we are drawing our current mood. You draw your current mood and then we'll call upon you to explain. Okay, this is from Steven Emanuela. Okay, I think this was the person I was calling Emanuela earlier on. Okay, Steven and Emanuela, please, over to you. Let us hear your beautiful voice this morning. Emanuela.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning. Please go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Very delighted and happy to be here, to be able to learn and gain more knowledge.
Okay, is that all?
So far, the training has been very educative, very enlightening, and very eye-opening. And I hope that I will be able to gain more insights on mediation API practice.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for sharing
with us this morning. She said, I'm currently in a focused and happy mood. That she's delighted to be here this morning and she's hopeful and also expectant. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us, Emanuela. Okay, I have here from, okay, some other images have come up. This is from Mariam. Miriam, sorry if I didn't pronounce the name correctly. Miriam, please go ahead, Miriam, over to you.
I am not a very good artist. In short, I'm not an artist at all. Let me not use the word very good. So forgive that ojuju that you are seeing there. But I'm in a very happy mood from my laptop. I'm eager to learn. I'm very happy. Don't mind the ojuju that is in front of you there.
Problem,
So
you did quite well. This is quite interesting, and at least you are packing up our mood this morning, and it's part of the check-in activity. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so, I'm very happy to be here, and I'm eager to learn, and I know that today will be a great day for all of us.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us this morning. Okay, we have Blessing Bolaji. Please, Blessing Bolaji, kindly unmute and then let's hear from you.
Okay, so good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
The reason why I drew this and I wrote is because just not quite long I was informed of a particular I got an information, so and it's leaving me in a dilemma. I'm contemplating what decision to take on the information I got. So that is what motivated this particular drawing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing your current mood with us. It's nice hearing from you. So we'll move on to Abimbola. Abimbola, please kindly unmute. This is quite interesting. Yeah, a good artist too. So kindly over to you. Yeah, good morning.
Yes, actually, I told one of my colleagues that also joined this training that we actually made just of our drawings and all that because I knew I could not really draw very well, and at the same time, I feel it would be better for me to talk than to draw. But seeing other people draw, whether it is good or not, really encouraged me to also come up with something. So
Yes.
I don't think this my drawing portrayed what I feel right now, but I actually feel relaxed now because I woke up to do some chores this morning, like up and doing, and I feel I've exercised with that, and then taking my bath, and then feeling relaxed during the lectures. So I actually feel relaxed and happy this morning. So that was what I was able to come up with.
Okay. Thank you, Abimbola, for sharing your thoughts with us this morning. She said she feels relaxed and then she's ready for the training. Thank you so much. I believe you are going to learn a lot. It's actually important for us to take down notes during the training. There are so many things that you'll be learning. So it's important you take down notes because you are going to be assessed, and then it is from what you have taken down that you'll be able to share, you'll be able to answer or attempt your assessment. So this one is from Kushi Grace. While Kushi Grace was able to write down some things, she said, I am happy and proud of myself for joining this training. Even though I was not part of yesterday's training from the beginning, I enjoyed it and I am expecting that today's training will be more revealing and educative. Kushi Grace, do you want to say something? Maybe you want to share, you want to say, read it out yourself or say one or two things. Over to you, please. Is Kushi Grace with us?
Okay, I have a comment on the chat box. This is from Hope. He said, my mood is all about me being focused for today's training. It depicts an attentive person. Okay, thank you so much for sharing with us. It's quite interesting to know that you are attentive and then you are ready for today's training. And I know that you are going to benefit a lot. Make sure you take down every details of whatever is being shared. Okay, we have from here Hadiza Lawal. Wow. Please, if you can kindly unmute, ma, and then let us hear from you. Hadiza Lawal, are you with us? Okay, I'm not sure if she's maybe she has logged or her network rather has logged out. So yeah, let me check again if we have anyone that's in the chat. Okay, nobody has. Okay, earlier on we had Adewumi. I don't know if he's here with us. Adewumi, are you back? Okay, I can see Hadiza. I think she's ready. So, Ma, please go ahead. Please kindly unmute.
I don't Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Okay, this is Adewumi. All right, please go ahead.
My mood this morning centered on how to be more focused in today's training. Yesterday, I was and as I woke up this morning, I was full of reading and studying and as well listening to programs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adewumi, for sharing with us your mood. So okay, now over to you. Hadiza Lawa, please go ahead. I'm trying to bring back my Hadiza Lawal. Kindly unmute and then share it. I earlier saw her. I don't know if she's still here with us. Okay. I think we have come to the end of our check-in activity this morning. Please, if you did not participate in the check-in activity this morning, the essence of the check-in activity is for us to be able to interact, get to know each other, and we're also taxing your brain to be able to come up with something interesting. We are actually, the training is the mediation training, as we all know. And you'll be faced with several issues, and then you need to think to be able to help parties resolve, because your duty is to help or facilitate the mediation process. So we'll come across different situations, matters that will require us thinking outside the box to be able to help artists resolve. Lastly, I just saw that of Comfort. I don't know if she's here. Comfort, if you want to share with us before I close this session, please go ahead. Kindly unmute and share with us.
Yes, good morning,
Okay.
Ma. Good morning, everyone.
All right, good morning. Yeah. Please go ahead.
I'm having a busy day and I'm trying to see how I can multitask. So I'm just calm and trying to stay on top of all situations so that I can still concentrate on this training while trying to attend to other priorities too. So I'm just calm for now. My mood is
Okay.
a calm situation. I'm on top of all the tensions that are trying to show face this morning.
Mm.
Thank you. Pleasure being here this morning.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing with us. We wish you a fruitful training. We hope that you will stay above the tensions, and then you'll be able to concentrate. You take down your notes, down your notes. It's very important that you take down notes, because that's what you'll be using for your assessment. So I wish you all a fruitful training, as I call upon the executive director to continue from here. The executive director will come up and introduce our speaker this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Your Excellencies, depending on where you are joining us from. Today, we are happy to be back again, and we have with us our very own Mrs. Ankama Roskana. She is going to be taking us through a very interesting aspects of this training. I will enjoy you. Pay keen attention. Those who were at the beginning, you know, you must have listened to her, declare the meeting open. Now you are going to listen, so I take you to a very important aspect of this training. I will enjoy you to pay keen attention, so that if you have any question, you will be able to ask the question. We have our own Ankama in the house. So briefly about her, Mrs. Ankama Roskana Ankama Galadima. She is a mother. She is a very interesting person to actually relate with, you know. She is the executive Settlement House Media Training Institute, and she is a mediator, she is an arbitrator, and she is a negotiator. She's a fellow of the the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. She is a SIDA accredited mediator. She is she is a member of the governing body of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators, and she's also a faculty member of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. She is also the faculty member of Settlement House Media Training Institute. She is very, very particular about ADR, as you can see from her profile. She is actually a teacher, a lecturer, and a mother. She lectures at the Department of Legal Studies at the Kaduna State Kaduna Polytechnic. She developed keen interest in area right from her secondary school days, and she has been pursuing that career up to this time around. And she usually mediates workplace conflict, a range of family disputes, property, and breach of contract disputes. She also anchors conflict resolution talk shows on Liberty Radio, organized by House of Justice Kaduna. She co-develops the mediation training package for the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. This is just a summary of who she is. She's very calm, very gentle, and she's a very interesting person to listen to. Without waste of time, I will just welcome her to the stage and have the privilege of hearing from. Ma, you actually looking beautiful this morning. I can see. Permit me to. Thank you very much, Ma. And over to you.
Compliment CEO. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone on this platform. You're welcome to our day 2 training, mediation skills and certification by Settlement House. It's my humble opportunity to discuss with us this morning a very important topic in mediation. We are going to be learning from each other. And I'm happy that you've already set the pace. Madam has set the pace for us by the in-checks we have done, giving the background of how you're feeling this morning, what's made you feel the way you feel, and how you intend to navigate through the day based on the feelings you have. So our discussion this morning is going to be centered on personality traits, understanding your personality. You're going to understand why you do what you do. And the reality check you've just done this morning, when we're done with this class, you'll be able to ice your cakes with this information, and it will tell you, or it will give you the background of why you do what you're doing and how you're doing it. And so it's very important for us to have this basic understanding of human behavior and the understanding of our personality, so that our areas of weaknesses, we will work on it, and on our areas of strengths, we will celebrate ourselves. The essence of knowing this is to help us to be more productive in our personal life, in our place of work, and then to be successful mediators. So this morning, I would like us to look at personality. What exactly is personality? When we talk about understanding your personality, understanding my personality, what kind of personality type do I possess? Why do I behave the way I behave? Because human behavior is very, very complex. You can have siblings born of same mother, same father, but behaving differently. Though raised by the same parents, exposed to the same conditions, exposed to the same care, they might even be exposed to the same challenges, but their response differs. Why? Because each and every one is fearfully and wonderfully made by God. And each one of us has unique traits distinguishing us from even our siblings. Even identical twins still have differences in personality. So human behavior is very complex. We must understand where we're coming from, what is our makeup, and how we can navigate in today's world. Because you need a sophisticated understanding of who you are, of your strengths and then your weaknesses. So personality is a very simple thing, but it refers to the long-standing traits and patterns that propels an individual on how he behaves, how he thinks, how he feels, and how he responds to situations. So our interaction with other people or with other people around the world is propelled by our distinctive personality, because we react differently. Same situation given to two different people, their response is different because of the differences in personality and temperament. So personality is the characteristics, set of behavior, cognition, and emotional patterns that evolve from biological and environmental factors. Now, evolving from biological and environmental factors, can I share from my end or you keep sharing for me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can I
Okay,
go
so
to the
you can,
next?
yeah, you can go to the next, yeah. You can share for me, all right, thank you. Excuse me. So when we talk about biological and environmental factors, the biological factor is what we call the traits that are embedded in our DNA, the personalities embedded in our DNA. But the environment where we grow up shapes our long life personality. So our behavior is determined by both biological and environmental conditions. So our behavior is a mirror in which we display our image. Once we behave in a certain way, a person that is conversant with personality traits will not find it difficult to identify which personality or which temperament we belong to. So on this note, we'll be looking at the different types of personalities. There are so many, but writers have distinguished them into different categories. Some will call it personality A, B, C, D. Others will give it colors. Others will give it adjectives. So we'll be discussing this as we go along. So like I said, whatever we inherited from our parents, that's the biological aspect, lays the foundation for our behavioral development. Because if you give birth to a child in the United States of America, and then you give birth to another child in Nigeria, their personalities and their display of behavior will be different because of the environmental factors. Though given birth by same parents, they have the same DNA, the environment affects the way we relate and the way we behave. So a personality A person is a complex being with excessive emphasis on competition. Is normally very aggressive, impatient, and hostile. A type A personality is also known as the drivers. They always want to be in charge. Their life is characterized by competition, inwardly and overtly. They always want to win at every situation. And so because they always want to win, in the ideal sphere, they are not usually very good negotiators because they want to win all. And in negotiation, as you'll be looking at, when we come to discuss negotiation skills, we know that negotiation is win-win, not win-lose. So if you are in a negotiation with a type A personality, the possibility to get to a win-win situation is going to be a little bit difficult because of his personality. But once you know that he's a type A person, then you get ready to push a little bit harder and make the person understand that the points from which he or she is coming based on his personality will not get the desired results. And so that is why it is very important for us to include these topics in our mediation skills, in our mediation training. Now, this same type A personality, Thomas Erickson, who is a behavioral scientist, also describes them as the red flags. When you see red flag, you know what it means. You know what red flags mean? It depicts danger, right? And it's not something that can be hidden. So Erickson defines them as the red flags. They are actually very ambitious. And they are people that set goals and they achieve it. They are very, very strong-willed. You can hardly change their opinion. They see problems as an opportunity to create solution. They see problem as an opportunity to create solutions. They seem to be very controlling, very impatient, always in a hurry to achieve their goal. Their temper is easily triggered, and they easily get frustrated when you fail to meet up their timeline. They have a lot of time. They do not have a lot of time to spare. They don't have time for, they don't just waste time. You can't find a type A person idling away, just sitting down doing nothing. No, he must invent something. So under the temperament code, they are the cholerics. Like I said, they tend to be very domineering because they are always work-oriented. They want to achieve, so they are ready to dominate, whether in the workplace, whether in the family. Even if he's the last born, if he's a type A person, he would like to dominate the firstborn, because they usually assert themselves without thinking about the feelings of others. They assert their points, they assert, and if you disagree with them, it becomes a problem because they feel you have undermined them. And like I said, they are very ambitious. Success is associated with their own accomplishments. They meet deadlines. They always look to achieve and climb higher heights. They are not satisfied with the present. They must invent something that will propel them. Now, this type of a person, they are the kind of leaders that if you have them in your society, if you have this kind of leaders, they are the kind of leaders we call them charismatic leaders. You find people following them without question. You find people admiring them because they are very daring. And you find out that people don't usually question their behavior. In fact, it will surprise you that if you have related with a type A person, you find yourself making excuses for him or her because of the kind of qualities, the positive, strong qualities they possess. And how do you identify this kind of person? I've mentioned some of the things, but let me take you back to either your primary school or your secondary school level. You realize that there are people in your class that if they come first, because actually they are very intelligent, they don't read twice. I have a lot of them around me. They read once, and they're very fast in reading. There are some people that will read 3 times before they will store what they read, but a type A person reads once, and he reads very fast. And once they read, it's down. Nothing can remove it from them. So they are actually very intelligent, and they are very good surgeons. Very, very good surgeons, because they take decisions without consultations. Now, looking back to or moving back your memory lane, you'll find out that in your class, as I'm talking to you now, your mind is running back to your class. You remember your friends. When they come first, it's normal for them. You don't see them celebrating that they come first because to them it is a normal thing. They are supposed to be first. But if there is any mistake, they come second, worst third, they will not talk to you throughout that day. So can I pause here and ask you if you know somebody like that, just give me your virtual hand because I want us to participate. Just give me your virtual hand. Let me see how many virtual hands. If you know somebody like that, let me just see your hand. Your virtual hand, just wave it. Let me see. Yes, can I have, let me be sure we're together. Yes, I've seen one, yes. Mm-hmm. Only one person? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we have about 3 people.
5 now. Yes, coordinator be checking for me and let me know how many hands do we have up? How many virtual hands up? How many hands?
We
I can't see from my screen.
4.
4. Good. So that means what we're saying is real. They are, yes. Yes, I can see another hand. So that means what we're discussing is quite real. They are very, very amiable people. They are company directors. They are very good surgeons. Most of them, when they enter into the field of medicine, if you give them family medicine to specialize, they will not be productive because they don't have time to listen to stories. They are very daring, so they just want results. So even when they find themselves in a team and the other team members are being very slow, it's the restless tendencies of a personality will be interpreted as arrogance. So one of the things that people associate them with is that they're arrogant, but they are not really arrogant. That is their personality. They don't have time to waste. They are ready to move and they are ready to do action. So that's a type A person for you. They are very powerful people. We said they are cholerics. They are goal getters. They initiate things. You don't just find them sitting down idle. If nothing is happening, they will initiate it. And they will also put you at task. Sometimes people might feel that, this kind of people, there's no need of staying with them. But actually, they are a very good match to be, and they are called charismatic leaders. So let's go to the next slide and see type B personality. And who is a type B person? Yes, next slide, please. All right. A type B personality is somebody that is generally very easy to relate with. It's very relaxed and flexible. They are not people that stress themselves. What will be. That is their language. And people appreciate them because if you have them as leaders, they are the laissez-faire leaders. These type of people are very good negotiators because they don't want problem. So if you have them in the workplace, they always try to strike a balance. They are very outgoing, they are very fast-paced, and they enjoy being the center of attraction. They bring into the circumstance or wherever they find themselves that kind of energy. Sometimes there are people that when they enter a place, the energy within the environment will just change. It will bubble. Why do they behave like that? That is their personality. Erickson calls them the blues. They are the blues. You know, they like enjoyment. They like going up and down with people. Oh, sorry, did I say they are the blues? No, they are yellows, not blue. Blue is D. Blue color is D. Erickson describes them as the yellows. They are highly, very, very expressive. They know how to express themselves. They are not caught up with excessive competition. No, they will always tell you, I don't know if you know a friend that will tell you that, me, oh, I know they come first, I know they come last. I did middle, it did okay for me. I don't know if you have had a friend that talks like that. That's a typical type B person. It's not bound, it's not bothered about competition, it's not bothered about coming first. All that is interested is if this environment is appealing to him, and then he will become the center of attraction. He will play football, he will play games, and then he's not coming last, he's not coming first. And he's satisfied with his zone. So they are the expressives. According to Bob describes them as the expressive. They know how to express themselves very well, and they are very creative. They actually give joy wherever they are. They are very optimistic, but they don't have time to listen because they are always trying to play a lot. So they don't have the skill of careful listening. They are entertainers. Sometimes, because of the way they behave so cheerfully, they'll tend to have this childlike character of forgiving easily. They have that character. So most of the people you have in the entertainment industry are actually type B persons. They are quite intelligent, but they are not carried away by competition. They are not bothered about coming first or anything. All they want to do is to bring pleasure to the community they find themselves. Now, if I pause and ask you, how many people do you know that have this character? According to Tim and Beverly, they are the sanguines. How many of us know a type B person who gives so much energy? Once he comes to a place, people start laughing, people start rejoicing. You just love being around them. Do you know of somebody like that? You can raise your virtual hand if you do, so that we know we're discussing reality. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, I said their main characters are flexibility, they adapt to change quickly, they are likable persons, they are laid back in their relaxed mood, they are not always in a hurry. They have the tendency to procrastinate, and I said they are also creative. And we have a biblical character, Peter. Peter, wherever Peter is, there must be action. So if you know somebody in the secular world that behaves the way, or the person has these characteristics that I've mentioned, then that person is a type B personality, is a sanguine, is a yellow personality person, and he's an expressive. He expresses himself very well. So let's look at type C. Type C personality. Let's look at type C personality. Type C personality is a person that is overtly and inwardly very detailed. They love details. They love organization. They are very stable. They are very accurate. And their rationality is based on logic. They don't like crowd. They are great thinkers. And they are great scientists. They are the melancholics. Accuracy is their watchword. If you keep a cup of water in the wrong place, you will offend them. They will remove it and take it back. If they hang their clothes, even in their wardrobe, and you shift it or you put it in an inappropriate place, they will get offended because they like detail, they like accuracy. The beautiful part about personality C is that they are highly dependable. If a person that possesses C personality gives you his word, then be rest assured he will keep to it. They are very dependable partners, especially in marriage. They are very faithful. They are very imaginative and very creative. And they are highly organized and they play by the rules. Bob calls this personality the greens. Sorry, Erickson calls them the greens. And then Bob calls them the amiables. They are very balanced. They are very calm, very composed. They avoid conflict at all costs. In fact, they will rather take it if there will be peace. So they are very tolerant, but they are perfectionists. And so they are allergic to conflict. Once there is a conflict situation, they will give up their rights and allow you to move. A very typical example in the Bible character is Moses. Remember when Moses was accosted by his brother and sister? He didn't say anything, and God had to fight for him. That is a type C person, very amiable. We call them the amiables. And then we have the last class, type D personality. A type D person is usually called the blue person. And the blue person is somebody that likes to take life easy. They are very secured in a job. They are happy doing a task repetitively, day in, day out. And they become specialists and skilled in that place as a result of repetition. They don't like it when you change the rules. So you will realize that some people, since you know them, they perform a particular job for more than 40, 50 years. This is a type D person. He doesn't want you to change his rules. He doesn't want you to change his environment. He's very secured in what he's doing and he's happy doing the tasks day in, day out. Now, a type D person, who is also called the blue person, according to Thomas Erickson, Bob calls them the analyticals. They analyze and they are very detailed in their orientation. They are very cautious. They don't want to offend anybody. They are very methodological. They do methods, they follow the rules, and they are very systematic. They are very thorough. These are the melancholies, according to Tim and Beverly. They are fair and equitable, so they are very good mediators, very good negotiators, and they do not impose their decision on anybody. So they are very unimposing. Now, these types of personalities can be a combination. A person can have a combination of 2 or 3 of those personalities. Remember, I said our biological trait and our environment determines our personality. But the most important thing you need to know is that one cannot be 2 personalities on equal grounds. It is either a dominant type A and a recessive type D. You can have that combination. So the one that is more overt is the one we classify as your personality. However, you can have symptoms or some of these traits exhibiting in yourself or in anybody. All you need to know is that what is the dominant trait. Once you know the dominant trait of a person, then you will know to deal with the person. So why are we teaching this in mediation? Why do you have to know personality? The moment you have a mediation and you have the parties before you, as a mediator, you should be able to tell firsthand from the moment they enter the mediation room, from introduction, from their body language, you should be able to pick the kind of personality they are. So if he's a type A person that is coming before you, who is not ready for details, he can summarize the story in 3 or 4 or 5, at most 5 sentences. Now, when you know that he's a type A person and he has a conflict with a type C person who is very detailed, you be very sure that the type A person will be irritated because he's not interested in details. So it is your duty as a mediator to understand these personalities and let the parties know that this is your personality and this is how you're going to deal. But for today, can you kindly give us your time and be patient and listen to this other party? Once you're able to set the foundation, then your mediation process will be smooth. But if you don't know their personalities, a type A person comes and as he's talking, in 5 minutes he's done. And then you are now telling a type C person to also narrate or say his own part of the story, and it's taking like 30 minutes. The first thing you will notice is that the type A person will just start shaking his legs, start shaking his head, and he will become restless. The next thing is that he will want to move up. And if you don't understand their makeup, he can decide to frustrate the meeting, the mediation meeting. And then if you are not aware of this personality thing, it might also put you off as a mediator. So it is very important for us to know these personalities and know how to apply them, and then to know how to use it in a mediation process. So let me ask you a question. Have you ever wondered, or have you ever been disappointed by your own behavior? We can open the floor now. If you want to answer, just raise up your hand and then we'll give you the floor. Have you ever been disappointed? Have you ever been dismayed by your own behavior? You is yourself, but the way you behaved and you were like, why did I do this? And you're wondering
Please put
what
on
came
your
over you.
cameras.
Yes. So
Put on your cameras. Let's have our first attendance.
So let me see your hand, virtual hand. At the coordinator, please coordinate and let's call the persons, let them answer the question. Put on your cameras, let's see ourselves.
Wow, you can see the wonderful faces behind the camera.
I'm only seeing you, I'm not seeing the rest. Can we have full-blown camera faces?
We are coming on.
All right. So is anybody ready to give us a reason or to answer this question? Have you ever felt disappointed by your behavior?
Okay. I
Have you ever?
think she is raising her hand. I thought she was blocking the camera.
Okay, she's raising her hand.
Okay,
Yes, please go
blessing.
ahead.
Okay, blessing.
Yes. Let me see the person's face. I think I can see my friend there. Good to see you in
Yes,
this class,
blessing.
ma'am.
Go ahead.
Actually be disappointed once when I took a decision that in reprimanding somebody, I thought it would have been better if I'd handled the issue that way. At that, well, I was so aggressive in my attack. So it was like, hello?
Yeah, with you. Go ahead. I'm listening.
The network is giving me issue on my side, so it's not, the network is not very friendly. So the person was late. We
But I
went
can hear you.
And then the person was late, keeping everybody waiting. Everybody was calm, but I was the one who was not aggressive, attacking the person. Why did you keep us long? You know the vehicle was not wrong. The vehicle was not too good when we were coming. You should have been here. And then at a point, I still have to say, Mommy, don't you think you are being too harsh?
But to me, I felt that the person should have been considerate. So rather it was me who should have been considerate because I wouldn't know what have kept the person that made us that had kept the person that made the person to keep us waiting. So I think my reaction there was really aggressive and I regretted it later.
Okay. Okay. Now, after the class now, what personality do you think she is? Just write it in the chat box. What personality is that? Your name is Blessing, right? Blessing Egodo, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so what is your personality? You write your personality and let everybody tell me her personality.
Should I say? Did I say I'm type A?
No,
Did I
tell
say
me by yourself. Yes. Now, this kind of personality, you are a mother, you have children, right?
Yeah. I
What
have children,
nickname?
yes.
What is your nickname
What?
by your children? What's your nickname by your children?
Oh, uh, well, actually, sometimes they always say, Mom, you have started, Mom, you have started. But
You don't know
actually,
what
they
they
have not
call
given
you?
me.
They have not
I don't
given
know
you
what
the
they call me.
nickname. Okay, go and ask them. Can I tell you what your children call you?
Tell me, I want to know that I'll ask them.
Yes, they call you Margaret Thatcher.
Okay, okay. They are that so has actually called me that, but my share never called me that.
Who called you that? Your
My
husband?
elder sister, yes, well, she called me elder Margaret Tasha.
Your elder sister?
And that, yeah.
Okay,
She has
maybe
only
your
called me
children.
Margaret Tasha.
Maybe your children don't know who is Margaret Thatcher, so they will call you. They will either call you the boss, or Madame is around. Perfect. Thank you very much. Like I said, the type A person is a very fantastic human being. They are very good leaders. If you are in the medical field, you will make a very good surgeon because 1 minute in medicine determines life or death. So that is why most of them are very good surgeons. Some of them that I know quite a few of them, they enter the theater without even scrubbing. All they want to do is to save life. Results. They want to get results and they want to get the best result. And if they don't get the best, let me ask you, anytime you're doing something and you get the worst result, you will become frustrated. True or false? Can you unmute?
I'm angry with myself.
Sorry?
Anytime I don't get it the way I want, or the people don't give me what I want, I get angry. So I keep pushing people to give me what I want.
Okay, so now that you know that you are a type A person, you will work on your strengths and then work on your weaknesses. Celebrate your strengths. You're a good person, but be a little bit patient with human beings. So I'm sure you will change from now. So the moment, because it's an innate thing.
I think so. Thank you.
You know, it is an innate thing. So the moment it's coming up, then your senses, your sensory organs should be able to say, oh, the Margaret Thatcher stuff is coming up. Calm down and become Diana. Thank you very much. Blessing. Yes, any other person that is willing to share his or her experience? Can I have a male share his experience? Yes, anyone sharing his experience? I hope we have men in the house.
Okay, let us have our cameras, please.
Yes, any other person who wants to share his or her experience?
Okay, we have Adiza. Her hand is up.
Okay, yeah. How many minutes do I have more? Okay, can I take 5 minutes more and then I'll be done? Yes, Adiza, can you share your experience? After Adiza, I want a
We are
man
not
to share
hearing
his
you.
experience.
We are
After
not
Adiza, I
hearing you,
want tell her to
Adiza.
unmute.
We cannot hear
Unmute.
you, Adiza.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, we
Yeah,
can
go
hear
ahead.
you.
Yes, I can hear you, ma. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can
go
hear you
ahead.
now. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yes. I said this is an
Please,
experience I have
everybody should put
almost
on his
always
camera.
regularly. Whenever
Everybody
I
should
have
put
an
on his
issue with
camera, please.
someone, I will
Mm-hmm.
rehearse what I want to say in my
Bless him.
head, do all the speech, go through the mirror, please change it and the rest. But when I even speak exactly what I want to say. For example, yesterday,
Put on your camera. Kushi,
I
can you
had someone
adjust
at
your
work.
CEO, please.
She should adjust
CEO,
her.
CEO, you're distracting us. Just leave her, let her finish talking, please. Yes, Adiza, please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, Adiza, go ahead.
Okay, regularly. Yes, as I was saying, I experience this almost regularly. When I have an issue with someone, I will rehearse what I want to say. Go to the mirror in my mind, have a whole dialogue, saying, exchanging conversations in my head. But when I come face to face with that person, it will be like I become blank. Everything I want to say, it will be like, it's not relevant anymore. Let me just let it be. Like, for example, yesterday I had an issue with a colleague. He was using my system when he was not supposed to, like that. So I had this, before he came back, he stepped out. Before he came back, I had this, oh, please don't use it again. It's not a company policy and the rest. But when he came in, I was like, just forget about it. I'll just keep locking up my computer every day. So this is an experience I have regularly.
So
it
what type
happens
of
regularly to
personality
me.
is Adiza? Can somebody tell me her personality? Just type it in the chat box. And Adiza, what personality do you think you possess?
I think I have type D, ma'am.
Type D, yes. Okay, can the class tell us what personality is a display in Adiza's life?
Type B.
Yes, I can see type B, yes. Yes, type B again, yes. Any other person? Yes, any other one? Yes, type B. Mm-hmm. Yes, please. I can see virtual hand. Who is this? Is that Ile?
Yes, ma.
You want to share your experience?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is there any man in the house at all, or do we have only women? Adiza Lawal. Okay, Adiza, you can put down your hand. So you have a combination of type D and type B. So your accuracy in details is the way you were rehearsing how to confront the issue. But on a second thought, because you're an easygoing person, let it just slide. And then
Yes, ma'am.
there you go off. Yeah, so that's your personality. So you have a combination of the two. Yes. Can we have a man in the house before I give Ile the space?
Ma, please, can I ask a question before you go to the next person?
Yes, please.
You said we should work on our pros and cons, our weak point and our how point. Like for me, that I won't say not confident, but I always allow things to slide, as you said. How can I maybe stand up? Shall I say stand up more for myself, or speak out more when I need to, and not let everything slide?
Yes, anything that is important, that is of value, don't let it slide. Especially if you become a leader in your team. If you allow everything to slide, then you are not responsible. So Find out this thing that you want to let it slide. Is it of value? Is it going to be beneficial to the team? Is it going to be beneficial to the person that is doing it? Because if you allow everything to slide, that means you're going to lose grip. If you have children, you will lose grip of your children. You need to be assertive. But if it is of value, you need to be assertive and you have to determine in your heart to do it. It's going to be a little bit difficult, but you determine in your heart to do it and you will do it.
I will do it. I will do it. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Yes. All right. Can I have a man in the house? CEO, if there are no men in this class, there's problem. You are not being gender sensitive.
Men.
Madam Nanchan,
Okay.
is there no any man in this class?
Mr. Steven is there.
Uh-huh.
Adewumi is there.
Yes.
Jen, the Mary is there. Mr. Infinite, what is your name?
Okay, let's take Mr. Adewumi. Let's have his experience.
Right, ma. Yeah,
Your participation
actually want
counts.
to.
Your participation counts because your participation in the class counts. So they are recording your participation. Let Mr. Adewumi talk.
Adewumi is on the line.
Who is on the line?
Actually, Adewumi Olakunle.
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
I'm a book writer. So most often I used to write, and of course I will have other schedule, other schedule I will have to check them, and in most cases those schedules my especially there was a time I wanted to see a man who is an uncle who is sick, and after I've been postponing to check on him because I'm busy. So, and of course, before I could realize the man was already late, and I regretted it because I couldn't before he died. And because I was indoor, I don't want any distractions, so I chef seeing him for my work or for my kind of work. The second one is I wanted to see a lecturer for certain assignment, and because I was postponing it, I was saying I will see him later. I will see him later. By the time I got there, the man told me that I can't submit the assignment again. That's already gone, and of course I was postponing it because I was indoor doing my kind of work that I used to do. So I regretted not taking action at the right time.
Okay. Now, what personality do you think Mr. Adewumi is? Just type in the chat box. Mr. Adewumi, what do you think is your personality?
I didn't.
No, just type it. Type it. No, type it. Type it. Let everybody type Mr. Adewumi's personality. But first of all, let me ask you, Mr. Adewumi, are you married?
Yes, ma'am. Married.
You're married. And you used to give your wife plenty money without her asking.
Of course, I do give. Most often I normally plan my giving.
You normally plan?
Especially when I plan giving, because I know they will need money at a particular time. Without asking,
You're already giving out.
All right. So,
yes. What is his personality? Yes. Can I see his personality? All right, before you answer me, Mr. Adewumi is a type C person. You can see that he's a very faithful husband, but work on your procrastination. Delay is dangerous. Yes, Ile, can I get Ile? Just 2 minutes, I take Ile and then I'm done. I'm done.
Okay. For me, I think I have a little bit of all
No,
of
don't
them.
tell us. Tell us the dominant thing that you do. Give us an experience of what happened. We'll tell you what you're doing.
Okay. Well, I like things to be done the way they should be.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, let me use my office scenario. You have people
Yes.
coming and well, in front of you trying to please you, you know, probably so that if there's any favor, you would.
Hmm?
Choose them first. So for me, sometimes I'm caught in between who to pick, who to choose, you know. I don't want to offend this person, you know. How do I make everybody happy? But then sometimes I will just lose it. Oh, I will just lose it. And when you do something, I will just there and then address you and move. As I'm addressing you like this, I've forgotten it. I've moved on to the next thing. I would even forget that, okay, maybe there was something. You'll be frowning your face, but me, I've moved on.
Okay. So who can tell us her personality? Just type it on the chat box.
And I'm very spontaneous.
And then what do you think is... Yes, so tell us your own personality. Yes, what do you think you are? Ile, what personality do you think you are? Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Yes, I can see. So, Ile, what personality do you think you are, Ile? I haven't seen your response. You don't know your personality? You're muted. Ile is muted. Tell her to unmute, please.
Oh, sorry. At this point, I don't really know. I used to think I'm a what they call it now. This I've forgotten the name. But I have a lot of almost all the personalities.
Okay, so let's tell you what you are.
Yes,
you are
please.
a dominant, you are a type A person with type C.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That's you have to pay a consultation fee. This kind of
No
consultation
worry.
on open, yeah.
All right, on this note, don't worry, she has paid by being in your class today.
Yes,
that is what distinguishes Shati trained mediators from any other mediator, and I say it without contradiction. With humility, I say it within our limited knowledge and resources, we try to give you our best. Thank you for being part of this class. Thank you for listening to me. Have a wonderful session and God bless you all.
Amen.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you
ma.
very much. Thank you.
my
On
pleasure.
behalf of yourself, you would have been the one thanking our speakers, but since you are the one speaking, I will say on behalf of yourself and all the participants, thank you.
You're welcome.
For that
It's my pleasure.
session. Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. We also thank Mrs. Eunice for joining. She's one of our facilitators. We are happy to have you. Please put on, everybody should put on his camera. Let's have a snapshot with the two facilitators before we they go. Please put on your camera. If your name is not properly spelled, so you are entering, you are joining with a device, you can rename it to your name so that we know who is there. Please put on your camera. Let's have a snapshot of Mr. Solomon Maren. Thank you, ma. God bless you. I believe they enjoy. We are privileged to have the chairman of the governing body take a class for us, and she has one more class on emotional intelligence, and you will not want to miss it. Please, Miriam, Combo, Comfort, or Joe, please, can you put on your cameras, please? Blessing. Okay. Thank you
My
for
camera is on.
joining. All right. Wow, this is nice. This is good. Okay. One more. Okay. Oh, this is good. We have everybody here. I can see. Okay. Thank you very much. I think we are good. Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you. My God bless you. So
And
we
you
have
too,
here
sir.
with
Have a wonderful class and see you tomorrow.
we have here with us one of our facilitators.
Thank you, ma.
Yeah. We have with us our facilitator, and she's a very interesting person to listen to. You're actually fortunate to have her here with us. That's Mrs. Eunice Tolulope or Latin G. Your Excellency, ma, we are happy to have you. She's joining us all the way from Scotland, and she's someone who has a very vast experience in ADR, particularly mediation. She has done her master's over there in mediation, and she is currently working as a conciliator, and we'll be very happy to have her share experience with us in an aspect that is very, very dear and important to what we do. She's going to be sharing with us on effective communication. Remember, we said that the duty of a mediator is to help the parties communicate effectively. And if you are to help the parties communicate effectively, it means that you must know how to be able to help these parties communicate. And that is what we have with Ms. Eunice Tolulope Olatunji is an accomplished legal practitioner, and she is the lead counsel at Hepzibah LP. Located in Lagos, she has expertise in business analysis, negotiation, mediation, and general dispute management and resolution. She, with nearly 2 decades of experience as a legal practitioner and a decade as an ADR practitioner, she seamlessly integrates legal knowledge with business acumen to provide holistic solutions. She holds an MBA from Obafemi Awolowo University, Nigeria, and she has a master's in mediation and conflict resolution from the University of Strathclyde in the UK. You are going to tell us about that. Eunice is a notary public of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, and she's a member of the various professional bodies, both within and outside Nigeria. She is a sought-after international speaker. She's a judge in many prestigious mediation competitions and conferences. She's someone that you would love to listen to. Please join me. Welcome our very own Eunice Olatunji to take us on effective communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nachan. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Am I audible?
And I'm sorry for taking some of your time. My boss is speaking, so I try to, as much as I can, to hint at that, I had my limit. So very sorry, please. You can take,
No,
you can still
that's
work within your
fine.
time.
Like, everybody was enjoying the class, and I was enjoying it too as well. I thought I'll be able to pass comment before she left. That was a very interesting class.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for that
Thank you.
innovation, in because to being a good mediator, you have to be self-aware and be able to know others that you are dealing with. So that was a very, very important aspect of being a mediator. And I trust everybody enjoyed this session. I want to say thank you again to Shati for this privilege, and for everyone who is here today. I I know you'll be having a very interesting session. So this session, as much as possible, going to make it interactive. Okay. And I would love to see everybody's face so that I will know that I'm not talking to myself. If at any time that you could not hear me, please indicate, maybe by show of hands, so that I will know that I'm not just speaking to myself. After all, we're talking about communication here. Before I start, I would like to ask anybody, what does it even mean when we're talking about effective communication in, oh, that was my husband peeping, sorry. You're supposed to be in the background, but you could see him if you can. Yes, anybody want to share with us what you understand by effective communication, especially within ADR context? Yes, Mr. Hope. And another thing that I would love us to do in our name, could you, add how you would like to be addressed? If you like to be addressed as Chief, Mr., Mrs., Miss, maybe you indicate it in front of your name so that I will address it properly. Okay? Thank you. Anybody? It appears I'm just talking to myself. What's going on? Do we have anybody who would like to share? What are your expectations from this class? What do you understand by effective communication? What are your expectations from this class? Can I call? Okay, Mr.
Okay,
Hope.
so you
Okay.
can, Blessing, you can just call anybody's name, you know.
Oh, all right. I think Hope wants to talk. Would you like to speak to us? Oh, you're having issue with your, oh, that's technology for you. It's having issue with the audio. Okay, peace.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, good morning, Ma. Good morning, Mr. Nanchang. For me, I think effective communication is the ability for both the sender of the information and the receiver of the information to be able to comprehend the same thing. So the intention of the communicator and the intention of the communicator must be very clear to the person receiving it. That way, both of them are on the same frequency. So there is no distortion in the message. So that means that the sender of the information must send it well so that the receiver can pick not just what the person says, but also the intent of the person who is sending the information. That is my opinion on what effective communication is. Thank you.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Getting the message without it being distorted and in passing it across. Does anybody else want to say something before I go on to my slide? Okay.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'll say that effective communication is a type of communication that is void of assumptions. Yes, communicate in such a way that um the sender and both the sender and the receiver understand what they intend to do or what they are trying to pass across to each other. And in such type of communication, one will discover that the tendency for conflict to arise will be very slim, because when both parties understand each other, they will be able to know what role to play and what to do and what not to do. Thank you, ma.
That's excellent. Thank you for all those beautiful contributions. So apparently we all know what effective communication is. I love that word, not acting on assumption, clearing assumption that we think we heard, whereas we did not hear. And then Peace talk about having a method that has not been distorted rather, the intention, the reason for saying, there's so many times that we say things. I don't know if it has happened to anybody and you say, that's not what I meant. It's like I'm being misquoted or misinterpreted. It happens a lot when there is no effective communication. So today we'll be talking about mastering effective communication, especially in alternative dispute resolution. I believe we've been learning about what mediation is, what our role is as a neutral. So how do we communicate? And I particularly love the first class that I met now talking about personality, especially when you have people that hear things differently. As a mediator, how do you communicate without appearing to be harsher, without compromising your role as a mediator? So I'll be talking about what effective communication is and why it matters in ADR. Okay. So I have here saying that effective communication is the ability to convey information, thoughts, and feelings in a clear, concise, and unambiguous manner. So it involves not just speaking or writing effectively, but also listening actively. Like the one of the contributors says, listening actively without assuming, understanding non-verbal cues and verbal one, and ensuring that the intended message is accurately received and understood by the audience. I believe that is what everybody had said, and I believe that's what many of us also understand as the communication. So it's not just one-way traffic, it's two-way. The sender, the receiver, are they getting the same frequency like Peace put it? Is it the same intention? Is it the same message that you want to pass across that is being communicated, or you've been misinterpreted? So these are the key components of effective communication. Clarity. Clarity. What do you want your audience to know? What do you want them to feel? What do you want them to do after your communication? Because as a mediator, you're not just communicating, you are influencer. So we have to be very, very clear, not as a boss, not as a know-it-all that has just come like when you go to the courtroom and, very firm, everybody sits, all right, I'm in charge here. Yes, we are in control of the process, but is that what you want to pass across? Is that what you want your audience to feel? I call it KFD. What do you want them to know? What do you want them to feel? And what do you want them to do after your communication? If at the end of your communication, you couldn't get them to do what you want them to do, that it may be because there is no clarity in what you are trying to pass across. And then being conciseness, not too much information. You keep it slim. Slim means short. Is it relevant? Is it impactful? Is it meaningful? Not too much talking. Just keep it slim. Only relevant information it's passed across. Simple, clear enough, and for them to know what exactly you are saying. Then another thing is active listening. You need to listen to what is being said to be able to give the right information, to be able to pass or communicate effectively. If you are not listening, you may be giving the wrong answer. And that in the first place already puts people off, that she's not even listening to me. Because you already have what you want to say. It's scripted. So when they're talking, they're like, would you allow me to finish first? I'm in charge here. Before you know it, you're just talking to yourself. And like when you finish, you will let us go. And you know, as a mediator, you're not likely to be able to influence people that way, especially when they felt that you're not listening to them. The empathy, very, very key. I will still be talking more about this in the latest and in other slide. But it is very, very important that we, there are different type of empathy, which I know that when you get to the class on emotional intelligence, you will do more on that. But just to keep it short, relevant to this process, when someone is speaking and it doesn't seem to them that you are listening or you understand or even validate what they are going through, they may not be willing to open up to you. So when you're saying that, oh, I understand, I'm not sure that anyone could actually totally understand what other people are going through. But you can relate. You can say that, okay, it sounds like this is the emotion. Verbalizing the emotion you have heard. You identify it, verbalize it, and if it's not the same emotion, they will correct you. Like, it seems to me that you are angry. No, I'm not angry. I'm just upset. Oh, you are upset. All right. And then you normalize it. Is it normal for anyone in the speaker situation to feel upset in that circumstance? So after making it, yeah, anyone in your situation is probably going to feel the same. So it's normal. It's not abnormal to feel upset in the circumstance. So when you show empathy, they would like to listen to you. That, oh, this person is listening. She can see my emotion. She can see what I'm feeling right now. And through that, you'll be able to move them forward. Okay? The non-verbal communication. What is the person saying without saying it? When I fold my hand like this, what is it saying? I'm closed, defensive. I do not want to open up. That is what it's saying. When I put my hand this way, not sure you can see me very well, okay, because it's online. Put my hands down, I'm open. I want to communicate. So in fact, some will say the look, how the face is looking shows that someone is listening or someone is not even paying attention. I don't want to be here. I just want to get out. What are they saying? Through their body language and the feedback. What feedback are you getting from the people you're speaking with? Will let you know if you are effectively communicating or not. So we're saying that effective communication is crucial in ADR for several reasons. First, you have to build trust and rapport. If the listener is not able to trust you, you are not likely to get anywhere. So it's important that your body language is saying that I want to be here. Your body language is saying that I want to help. I'm here to assist. Your body language is saying that I'm listening to you. I can recognize what you are saying, what you are feeling, and with that, you're able to gain the trust of the people you speak or of the participants. You are able to gain their trust. Your tone of voice, what does it say? Does it put you like one umpire that cannot be touched, that has just come to give instruction? So you want us to take instruction, we do it. You are not likely to gain their trust that way. And if you are not able to gain trust or to build trust, you're not likely to move forward, to be able to influence their behavior, because all they're hearing is that, okay, Let me give you an example of a situation where I had a mediation. I represented a client as a mediation advocate. You know, I believe you all know what that means. What it means is that I'm representing a client as an advocate, not as a mediator in this instance. So I've already been trained as a mediator, but in that particular room, I wasn't a mediator. I was just a mediation advocate. I have prepared my clients. We already know what we're going to say. We already know our position before we went for the meeting. It was a tenancy matter. And when we started, the claimant started, I was the defendant. And the claimant started off, even the mediator, by the time he started off, her body language tells us that I'm the boss here. Yes, we know you are the one in control. But when you have to tell people that you are the boss, then there's a problem. People should know it even by your appearance. It's not by lording things over people. And she started off, yeah, we're trying to, because I'm an advocate of mediation, I wanted it to work and all of that. But she started off, by the time the landlord finished narrating, what was the situation? The situation was that the tenant said it was a 5-year lease to be paid annually. The rent was to be paid annually. And things were so difficult in Nigeria at the time, and the tenant said, we cannot continue. Unfortunately, the terms of the agreement did not say how the tenant can terminate the lease. But it did say that the landlord can terminate the lease by giving 3 months notice that it will not be renewed the lease at the end of the tenancy year. So we said, okay, as a solicitor, we gave the landlord 3-month notice before the end of a year that our client will not be proceeding with the lease because we cannot afford it anymore. And landlord said, no, you must continue to stay in the property. Remember, it was in Lagos. I don't know how it applies in other states, but to get tenant out of the house, it's a tug of war. And here you have a tenant saying that I'm ready to give up possession. We offer to pay 6 months extra for the period we're not going to be using. And when the landlord started talking, I said, no, they must continue. I'm the only one that can terminate and all of that. What's the import of you terminating? I mean, not terminating and the tenant cannot pay your rent. But the mediator said, oh, really? Without hearing from the respondent. Oh, really? You are the one that caused it? You should have made it written in the agreement that they cannot leave. You see, especially these people, they are like that. I was there. My client was there as the respondent. What do you think our body language is? He had lost us at that point because from our communication, she had indicated that she's already taking side without even hearing from the second party. Concluding, passing judgment, as if that is the role of a mediator. And by the time she finished that, so why did you want to move out? You have to pay. That is not the role of a mediator. And she lost our trust, and she could not build rapport with us because we find it difficult to trust her. To date, I still imagine if the landlord and the mediator do not know each other before the session because of the way she handled the situation. So as a trained mediator, you don't want to appear or put yourself in that kind of a situation whereby your impartiality or your neutrality is questioned. So you must maintain your composure. Even though some people will be telling you things, because of your personality, you feel like slapping the person. But you have to maintain your cool because it is their story. Verbalize what you have heard. Let them know that you listen to them and you hear them. And it is normal for anyone in their situation to feel the way they feel and to have the kind of perspective they have. With that, you are able to gain their trust and build rapport with them. Clarifying interest and position. After hearing what they have said, How do you clarify what exactly are they saying? You could be in a session and somebody will start from 1900. They will go to 1950. From 1950, they go back to 1924. And you are wondering, am I going to spend the whole day here? Yes, you want them to feel listened to, but there are ways that you can come in to draw down on what they are saying so that you can rechannel them to find out what the main interest is. What is their position? What is making them to maintain the position? If you're able to differentiate between the interest and the position, then you channel your communication towards addressing the interest, you are likely to be able to get results and influence the party rather than just sitting there and judging in your head. Especially for people that are trained lawyers, it is very, very easy to get into that stage, who is wrong, who is right. But that is not our job. And we should know that, and we should let that reflect in our communication with the parties. Reducing misunderstanding. You can do this by summarizing, paraphrasing what you have heard, and asking them, inviting the parties to let them know if you summarized them well, if you got them right. Let's say, for instance, when parties have gone on from Sokoto to Kaduna to Lagos to this, and you're trying to, well, where should I start from? You can start on, can I pause you a bit? Never ask to stop. When you're saying, can I stop you there? Some may take it wrongly. But if you say, oh, can I pause you? Just to ensure that I don't get lost. You said something very important in that area. It may not be the right thing, any important, but because you want to channel them to where you want them to go, because you know what you are looking for. So, oh, can I pause you a bit? You said something very important at that point. So try to summarize what you have heard, paraphrase, and then like, okay, is that what you meant? That, oh, that is what I'm saying. Oh, can you tell me more about this? So you have taken them back from Kavancha to the Lagos road that you want them to go. So they talk more about that. And you have been able to clarify some of the information they are given. If you are able to identify the interest, you've distilled the interest, what the issue is, then it is easy to start facilitating negotiation. And maybe there may be any compromise that could be made from your question. We don't impose things on people. Everyone wants to feel in charge. Everyone wants to, nobody really likes to be told what to do. Even the meekest person rather, do not like to be ordered here and there. But if you do it stylishly, making them feel important, making them feel in charge, then you are likely to get the best out of the situation. And with that means you are doing something right. You are communicating effectively. Okay? Let's go to managing emotions. There are situations where you will be talking and someone just bursts into cry and weeping. And you are wondering, especially if you are type A, like, what exactly is making you cry? You are not in their shoe. So how do you manage the emotion? It is part of communication to be able to manage parties' emotion. Yes, would you like to take a break? Or even allow them silence is golden. Allow them. Would you like a cup of water? Or should we take a break? Again, verbalize what you have seen. Verbalize it, normalize it, and most importantly, you need to move people forward. How do you move forward? You don't want to just move that. Please, can you stop crying and let us just resolve this matter? How would that sound? I don't think you stand well that this woman is so wicked, it's so mean. Because if you had not walked in people's shoes, actually, you may not understand how they feel. There was a case that I handled as a lawyer. The woman, before you know it, she has moved to Canada. In 6 months, she's back, going about with children. And I was like, what is this? People are trying to relocate from Nigeria to Canada. You are there and you are coming back. What exactly do you want to do? I do not understand. You say, it's too cold. It's too cold. The cold is giving me depression and all of that. Like, what is cold? I don't know people that are living there in my lawyer's thinking. Until I traveled out in the cold and I understand that, oh, really? You could actually be very, very depressive when you are living alone abroad without your husband. So it is very important that we don't just jump into judgment mode. We take our time as a mediator, as a neutral, not to judge people. It is their emotion. That is how they could express themselves. And that is why you can never understand them until you have walked in their shoe. And because you have not walked in their shoe, it may be out of place to say, I understand how you feel. You don't understand. You can see. You can perceive. But you don't really understand because you have not walked in their shoe. Even if you have walked in a similar shoe, it may not be the same because we are different individuals. So manage emotions. How do you manage difficult people? Maybe difficult emotion, anger. Should you respond in anger? No. We shouldn't respond in anger in the same emotion because that will not lead us anywhere. But at the same time, that does not mean that we should tolerate abusive behavior. You have to be firm. At the same time, being kind. Being kind with our words, it appears that you are very upset. If this continue, I may have to end this session at this time and we may reconvene. If the mediation is one that is done on phone, oh, maybe maybe this appears to be a bad time. Can I call you back? I had a situation yesterday as a conciliator, and as a conciliating is the same skill, the same manner of, the same techniques that you use in mediation. It's just that the mode of delivery is different. And I called the claimant saying, oh, your employer said this, and they're not willing to make an offer. And it was like, oh, I am so disappointed. So what do I do now? What do I do now? And it started raking as if I were the employer. And I kept quiet. You people did not do anything. I thought you will help me get my money from them. Well, it sounds like you are very upset right now. This is what I have done. I have sent messages. I have sent emails. And they have come back to say this is their position. Like I told you from the onset, I am a neutral and I cannot take side. Their story is their story. Your story is your story. My job is to help your party to see if you can resolve this matter. In fact, it's not even my function to resolve the matter. It's party's show. So that's another thing that you may encounter when you get into practice and you're practicing and you're feeling bad that a matter did not settle or resolve. It is not your call, it's party. But our communication have a tendency of moving party or influencing party. After I finished speaking with this guy, said, oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to say that. I'm not, in fact, she said, I'm not even referring to you. I'm referring to the other party. But he had actually said that I didn't do my job. But did I get angry? No, because that was how he was feeling at the time. He apologized and on his own said, okay, I'm happy to do this. He made a counter offer after ranting and shouting. Did I accept the accusation they made against me? No. But I did not respond to him in the same way he had accused me of. But I clarify. So we have to be able to manage our own emotion and not allow the emotion of other people to be carried away with their emotion. There is tendency to respond in anger and in frustration especially when you are being faced with a negative emotion. But as a good communicator, as a mediator, we need to maintain our cool rather. We need to be self-aware. Know when you are getting it to your extreme, and know when to take a back seat that, no, I think I have to take a break now. It appears that we are not moving forward. I wouldn't like to proceed from now on. If you say, how do you want to settle your case? It may come out kind of, but our tone of voice and still empowering party to be in charge. Yes, you are the one trying to influence them, but it doesn't come across as if you are forcing them or you are compelling them. They are still in charge. So ensuring voluntary and informed decision, that's part of a skill of a good communicator, especially when it comes to ADR. So that they don't come back and say that, oh, it was the mediator that asked me to do this. And that is where you see many people, after resolving their dispute, they renege on the terms because they feel compelled by the mediator to make that decision. They don't feel that they are involved in the mode of delivering or of arriving at that resolution. So there may be challenge in enforcing such decision. So we have to ensure that parties feel informed. If possible, you can direct them to links. So have you heard about this? You know, that sometimes that some counsel will come to you, they don't know Jack. I'm sorry to say that. And most people to deal with, the difficult people to deal with, the people that feel they know why they don't know. But would you point it out to them and say, you are very wrong at that point? That is not the correct position of law. No. You've lost them at that point. That's interesting. That's really interesting. You know, I came across an article recently. Would you mind if I send it to you? Maybe it may, if you would like to read it up. And the article I came across said this, and you know that is the correct position, but you are not putting it forward that your position is wrong. My position is right. But what I'm saying is, would you mind if I could send you a write-up or a law I saw recently, and perhaps after reading it, we can come back and then discuss. And if your position is still the same, then it's fine. But I would like for you to read it if you are willing to. When you use the word willing, not want to, the choice of language is very, very key too. When you say willing, if you be willing, if they now said, I'm not willing, it may put them as if they are not reasonable. And nobody wants to appear unreasonable. If I say, would you want to? No, I don't want to. Would you be willing? So it's like appealing to them. And they want to appear as a reasonable person. Oh yeah, I would love to. And if they say, even if you use willing and they say no, then you let them be. Promote fairness and transparency in your communication. Don't let it appear that you are being, you are shady. And that is where it is always important to check understanding after speaking. Do you have any question? Is there anything you would like me to clarify? What have you heard me say? So this will ensure that you're on the same page and communication has not been distorted in any way, or maybe in the manner of delivery. So what are the common barriers to effective communication? Because I'm sharing my screen, I'm not able to see everybody. But if you are still listening to me, if you can still hear me, can I see your thumbs up, please? All right, thank you, Mary. Thank you. All right. Nachang, how much time do I still have, considering the fact that I started late?
Mr. Lloyd, okay.
Well, I can see Mr. Lloyd here, and I'm wondering, I hope I'm not eating into his time.
Mr. Lloyd, good afternoon. Good morning.
Good morning from me. I guess it's afternoon for you folks.
Yeah, good afternoon.
I have no problem with you keep going. How much longer do you have, Ms. Olatunji?
Yes, I think I have 30 minutes more. I started about 11:30.
How much time do you have? About another half hour?
Yes. But I'll try to finish
Nanchang.
before that if possible.
Nanchang, I can probably do mine in a half hour. I can squeeze it in so you stay on time. I'm really big on keeping track of time. So I can let her continue for a half hour because it's interesting information, and I will talk and I will do my presentation within a half hour. Is that okay with you, Nanchang?
Eunice, can you use like 15 minutes to round up?
Okay, I'll try.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, so we're talking about barriers to effective communication. So I identified 3 major barriers, which are emotional and psychological barriers, language and cultural differences, then physical barriers and distractions. Talking about emotional and psychological barriers, I would not be dwelling so much on it because I know we still get to that. So we talk about stress and anxiety. That could be a barrier to getting people to just finish. Maybe the court refer them, and considering the traffic, the situation, and all of that, that could be a barrier to them opening up that I just want to get out of this place. So it's your ability, your skill to influence, to create rapport that will help you overcome this barrier. Then people may not want to open up because of fear of judgment. Remember the story I just told you about the mediation session I had. So try to identify what could be the reason people do not want to speak. Preconceived notions and biases could be a barrier, both on the part of the receivers and as well as the conciliator, the mediator, because we ourselves, we have our own demons. Many of us have things that we're dealing with, even unconscious bias. I can't say there is anyone that does not have one biases or the other. So we have to be self-aware to ensure that this does not clog our communication and to be able to identify it if it could be a barrier in reaching or creating rapport with your audience. Then we have to also mind language and cultural differences also. Yes, many people speak English, but there are different, you shouldn't be ignorant of the fact that we see things differently. There are still cultural differences. There are still language barriers. What some people will say and see and feel that it's normal, to some it is not. Especially for some of us from Nigeria, we feel like, oh, people from the Western world feel like, oh, the Nigerians are aggressive. Meanwhile, we're just trying to communicate. That's how we're wired. So when you are dealing with people that are not from the same background, you have different cultural differences, we have to recognize and be aware of that fact and take that into cognizance when we're trying to communicate, so that will not create a clog to us reaching out to them. Then physical barrier. Then we talk about environmental noise, maybe technical difficulties, like I'm speaking to you on Zoom, wondering if you are listening to me, if everybody is here, if somebody is putting off their camera, are they really here? Are they really listening to me? I cannot read your body language, which is a kind of barrier as well. So strategies to overcome communication barrier. I'm really trying to rush to finish my slides so that we can do one exercise before I go, okay? But if there's any question, please feel free to call me back, okay? All right, so we talk about emotional intelligence, talking about cultural competence and environmental setup. I believe those are very simple terms that we could relate with in trying to overcome the barriers that had been mentioned earlier. Be emotionally intelligent. I believe you're going to take a course on that, which will tell you more on how to be more emotionally intelligent while in mediation. So what are the practical techniques that we could use to enhance our communication in ADR? Questioning techniques. So we have different type of questioning: open question, close, fact-finding, calibrated question, drilling down. What kind of question should you use where you think that the party is going all around and you're not going anywhere? If you want to get more information, what kind of question should you use? Use open question. Never ask why if you want to get information, because that already puts the recipient in a defensive mode. They see the need to defend what makes them do what they did. Why? No. So we use more of words, how, where to get information. Except when you want a yes or no, answer, you can use close-ended question just to narrow down the situation, to clarify. Then fact finding, you use the same techniques as you use in open question. Drilling down. So now that you have said this, what are you looking at? How would you like to proceed? Okay. And then part of silence is another technique that could be used. Many of us feel compelled to always feel a silence. We don't feel comfortable with silence, especially when people keep quiet and you're wondering. So you always feel the nudge to always feel that silence by speaking. No, we could actually be quiet and let party do the talking. When you keep quiet, when you use silence, it encourages reflection. Parties themselves, after speaking, they get time to reflect on what they have said. And most times you see them trying to correct themselves. Did I say something wrong? Why is this woman quiet? And they even try to say, oh, did you get what I'm trying to say? Oh, yes, I'm just thinking about it. And that gives you a time to even process your own thoughts before saying things. It reduces defensiveness. Prompt disclosure. After they are finished, they kept quiet and you're still looking to let them know I'm still listening to you. They may feel the nudge to say more, and you may be able to get to the roots of the situation when parties are able to give you full disclosure. And also, silence means it demonstrates listening and respect for them to express their view. Another technique that we can use practically is reframing, especially when emotions are taking over and it appears some negative words are being said. You rephrase or you reframe to in summarizing. Okay, is this what you're trying to say? Saying the important thing without distorting what they're saying, but you avoid all those abusive words that can trigger or that can piss the other party off from the session. Of course, you're not going to pass the same message across the way it has been said. That, oh, I want you to tell them that they're not okay, that this, you cannot pass that across. But at the same time, you acknowledge that the person is upset. What is the gist? What is the important from what they have said? So that helps you to get clarification and validate what you have heard party says. So I've come up with, I think, 6 key building blocks in influencing parties. Trust, which is like what I've said earlier. You have to create trust. We create trust by showing empathy using the acronym SLS rather, sounds like, looks like, seems like, to identify or acknowledge or vocalize the feelings that you are seeing. Then check if there's any elephant in the room. What could make them to have or to demonstrate such emotion? And that may help you to be able to prepare them for the process. Prepare parties to what you're about to say. Okay? Yes, I've heard you. This is what you have said. This is what you have said. It is normal for anyone in your situation to feel the same, to say the same. However, listening to all of this, how would you like to proceed? Involve them in their decision. Let them be the one to find solution. Involve them. Challenge some of their perspective, which may be wrong, but how do you do that? And that is where the reality check comes in. We don't lord it over them. We can talk generally. Ask questions that get them thinking, to rethink about their position, to come to reality. And that process creates a movement. When you challenge them, use your silence there. Let them come up with options. Some people may still rant and say things and all of that. Are you watching? So moving forward, how would you like to proceed with this matter? I'm not saying how would you like to resolve it, because it will appear that I'm compelling. Perhaps some people feel that, oh, because we are a mediator, you just want them to resolve so that you can add it to your portfolio. It is their decision. And after getting them, you have prepared them for likely consequences. What had happened in the past, the general idea, you have got them to challenge some of their perspective, which may not be right, and then get them to move forward on how they want to proceed. So talking about reframing the other time, I just have some do's and don'ts. So when you're trying to reframe or to summarize, use moderate the language that have been used. Paraphrase, try to restate message in positive terms. Listen with empathy. Don't just listen to respond. Listen to really hear what the party is saying. Acknowledge emotions. Acknowledge the facts, then focus on how to move party forward, rather than allowing them to dwell in the past. So how do they want to go forward? Don't react defensively when you hear something, some accusations coming. Don't be defensive, but take your time to explain things and confirm that it's being heard or it's being understood. Don't alter the intended meaning of the original statement, because that may actually get them upset the more. It's just that we are not repeating, or we are just trying to moderate the language that they have used. Don't ignore emotions and anger. Don't ignore it. Name it. Name it. Then see how you can modulate it. Don't make judgments. Don't offer advice so that you will not come back and say, well, the mediator asked me to do it. Remember, you are just a facilitator. You are not a judge. You are not an advisor. Sometimes they will ask you, so what do you think I should do in this circumstance? That's a tough question. It's just that giving you advice may jeopardize my neutrality. But what I can do, I can provide you a general knowledge of what I've seen that happened in the past, but it doesn't mean that you have to do it. And I would strongly advise that maybe you seek an independent advice. Don't let them be that, oh, the mediator asked me to do it, that's why I do it. I agree, because that may be a ground for even setting aside such resolution. You know how people could be. They could be, oh, I was unduly influenced by the mediator. You don't want to have that reputation as a mediator. Don't suggest answer, and don't make direct accusation. Even when it appears that they are lying, find a better way of saying it rather than say, oh, you are a liar. Okay? I think, how many more minutes do I still have, Nanchang?
The minute has finished.
It has finished. Oh.
Yes. What we'll do is maybe we'll come back again. We could we'll take this under the professional.
Sorry?
Is somebody saying something? Okay. What I'm saying is we will need to take this class again, you know, under and maybe we'll come under our settlement. I would love to have you come back and take this class. It's very interesting. It's just that we had our first speaker had some little issues and came in not as scheduled. That's why we head into. So maybe we can come back again if you can give us another time. We invite them to take part in this class again. It has been very, very interesting, and I wish we can continue. So I don't know, maybe you can just close
All
up the
right.
session.
Yeah, so I will have to end there. I really wish we could do the exercise, but because Mr. Lloyd is here and I'm also under a very tight schedule, actually. So thank you, Mr. Lloyd, for the time. Thank you, Nachang, for the privilege. And everyone here, thank you so much for listening to me. And I'm so sorry that I couldn't hear back from you. I will see if there could be time that I will be able to come back and let you know in the future. Thank you, everybody, once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So sorry.
Thank you, Mom.
Thank you. Mr. Lloyd, I must start by apologizing to you. So sorry.
No worries, no worries.
Our first speaker, you know, had a little challenge. So she started about 20 minutes after her time. So that is what has been eaten up into this previous into this classes. So sorry about that. And so we've had Mr. Lloyd yesterday. We have done a proper introduction, and Mr. Lloyd is an attorney, and he is the president of Mediation Training Academy in Florida, United States of America. He has been instrumental in training those who want to become mediators in Florida, United States of America. And he has a lot of students. He is a mentor to many. He has been teaching and contributing to the development of ADR and mediation in Africa, especially Nigeria. Mr. Lloyd, we are happy to have you. Over to you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. Good morning,
Good
everyone. It's a
morning.
pleasure being back here again. Hope you all worked on your opening statements a little bit last night, and you'll continue to work on it throughout the
Okay, so
program.
sorry, please, Miss Eunice, can you put on your camera so that you and Lloyd can have a snapshot before you put it? Mr. Lloyd, you can go on.
All right. So what we're talking about today is processes and stages of mediation and agenda setting in mediation. And what I want to do first is share screen. And I want to use my whiteboard. So it's a new whiteboard they have. Can you see my share screen or no?
Okay. Mr. Lloyd, just a minute. can you just hold on? I want to have a snapshot of you and Miss Eunice before she goes. So if you can stop the sharing so that we can have the
Yeah, I think I
snapshot.
stopped sharing now. Let me see. Yeah, I stopped sharing. So everyone turn your cameras on so Nan Chang can get a picture. Nan Chang's big on his pictures. If you can, open up your camera so we can see your smiling faces. So Nan Chang can get a photo. Nan Chang is big on LinkedIn. If you're not on LinkedIn and following him, then you are way behind the times. So if you can, turn on your camera so Nan Chang can see our smiling faces, and then he can get a photo and put it on LinkedIn. He can tag everyone. He is a great marketer as far as LinkedIn.
All right, so please let's take be part of this. All right. Okay. Oh, that's good. Okay, so okay. Okay, we are good to go.
All right. So you want me to begin, or you still have other administrative stuff you need to handle?
All right, go ahead. Thank you.
All right, so let's get into this.
Thank you very much, Eunice, for joining us. We appreciate you.
Yes, I logged in. I don't know if anyone saw, but I logged in like 20 minutes ago, or actually about a half hour ago, 45 minutes. And I saw Eunice's speaking towards the end, and it was very interesting and a lot of great information. So I hope you all take everyone's information, take it home with you, and digest it and become, the best mediators that you can be. So what we're talking about now for next 35, 40 minutes is processes and stages of mediation and agenda setting in mediation. And what I want to do first is share screen and do a quick little picture. And they did this, they changed the whiteboards. So I got to figure out why it's different. I guess it's an updated whiteboard. All right, let's do it this way. So we are starting here. And don't mind my fancy drawings. I did not go to art school. So I don't know if you folks can see my drawing because there's so much stuff on this whiteboard. But what I drew was a funnel. Okay, so what I drew was a funnel. And basically, a mediation has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And in the beginning, it's very wide. We have a lot of information in the beginning. And as we go through our mediation, we are going to narrow down the issues. Let me do this better. We're going to narrow down the issues until we come to a settlement. And what I want to talk about is the different stages of the mediation. And the first stage we have is what I'm going to call the beginning. So let me turn off the whiteboard. Actually, I'm going to I don't know if it's going to delete it if I close it. So I don't want to, I think this new whiteboard closes out everything on the whiteboard. So I don't want to close the whiteboard. So I'm going to shrink it on my side. So in the beginning of the mediation, it may start in several different ways. Maybe a judge is ordering the parties to go to mediation. So the judge is going to sign a piece of paper saying, parties, you need to go to mediation. Or maybe the parties have agreed to go to mediation without a court order, which is always the best way to do it. Or there's no lawsuit filed and it's a pre-suit issue and the parties agree to go to mediation. So that's the beginning. So what they may do is they may call you up on the phone or send you an email saying, we want you to be our mediator. What days do you have available and what times are available so we can schedule the mediation? Or maybe the judge has entered an order to go to mediation and you received a copy of that order. So you're going around scheduling that mediation. So you may end up calling the party. So you really don't know how it's going to happen. If there's attorneys involved, more than likely they're the ones who are going to be reaching out to you to schedule the mediation. Maybe you can look on the court docket online and get some information about the case. Maybe the case name and the case number. Maybe you're going to review the file beforehand. Let me just look at my notes. Now, so maybe the mediation is going to be on Zoom. So you're going to set up the Zoom room and the Zoom meeting for the parties, and you're going to send them the Zoom information. So what's going to happen? And in most of the cases, at least in the United States and especially in Florida, most cases are being done on the Zoom platform. They're not being done in person. So what's going to happen is I'm going to set up my Zoom room. I'm going to send a notice of the mediation to all the parties, really to the attorneys. And then the day of the mediation, I'm going to log in, usually 15, 20 minutes early. That way, in case there's any updates that are doing it on Zoom, I can make sure those updates are complete by the time the mediation starts. And then as the parties come into the waiting room on Zoom, I'm going to set my settings so they don't come automatically into the main room like we're here now, but they go into the waiting room. I want the people to go into the waiting room first, because what I want to avoid is having an attorney on one side and the party on the other side come into the main room, and you don't want that yet, because you don't want the attorney to be alone with the other party without their attorney. So that's why I keep everyone in the waiting room, and I wait till everyone shows up into the waiting room. Now, if I know an attorney is representing their client, and I know who that is, and I see them in the waiting room, I may go bring them in together, that attorney and their client, and ask them, do you folks want me to put you in a separate breakout room now to just talk a little bit before we start the mediation? And you do whatever the attorney wants. So now everyone's shown up at the Zoom meeting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let everyone into the main room. I'm going to figure out who is there first. That's the first and foremost thing is who are you and what role are you playing? Are you the plaintiff? Are you the defendant? Are you the president of ABC Corporation? Are you the secretary of ABC Corporation? Who are you? I want to know who's there. Are you the insurance adjuster? So I want to first figure out who is there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change their name on their screen. And the Zoom has great little 3-minute tutorials on how to use it. And if you don't know how to use Zoom yet, I recommend you watch those little 3-minute tutorials and learn. But you can change the name on the screen. So I'm going to change the name first by saying, like for example, with Nanchang's, his says Settlement House, but we don't know who that person is. So I'm going to change that name to Nanchang. And then maybe I'm going to put down President Settlement House, for example. So now everyone has shown up. Everyone's come into the room. I've changed everyone's name. And also you can change the boxes. You can move everyone's box on the screen, and it only shows on your computer. So what I typically do is I typically put my box in the top center of the screen, and I put one party with their attorney on one side of the screen, one party with their attorney on the other side of the screen. And then I'm going to start with giving my opening statement. And we practiced opening statements yesterday. And then the next thing I'm going to do, well, actually, let's back up. Maybe we're doing the mediation in person, not on Zoom. And typically what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till everyone is there in the waiting room of the office building, wherever I'm at. And then I'm going to bring everyone into the room together. Maybe someone has shown up with their attorney very early. So maybe I'm going to see if they want to go into a separate room to talk beforehand. So now I'm either on Zoom or on in person. The next step is that the mediator is going to start the mediation by giving their opening statement. And we went over opening statements yesterday. Now, on Zoom, everyone behaves themselves because no one is next to each other in the room physically. But let's say you're in the room in person and someone doesn't want to be in the room with the other person because they hate the other person. They can't stand the other person and they don't want to look at them. And if the attorney wants to do separate rooms right from the get-go, that's okay. You can do that. Now, the downside of that is the party who is leaving, who wants to be separate, doesn't get the benefit of seeing firsthand the other side's arguments. And they don't get to see firsthand the attorney who's going to be trying that case. So you want to try and get that objecting party to stay in the room, but ultimately, if they want to go into a separate room, let them go into a separate room. And that's okay. So basically, what's going to happen is you are going to do two opening statements. If they're in the same room, you're obviously just going to give one opening statement. If I'm on Zoom, I'm going to typically give one opening. Yes? Abdullah Isa Khani, did you need something?
No, sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
That's okay. No worries. So on Zoom, you're typically going to give one opening statement, and very occasionally the parties want to be in separate breakout rooms right from the get-go. And that's okay. Again, it's their case. It's the attorney's, it's the party's case. How do they want to run it? We run the process, but they can make substantive decisions like that. So I've given my opening statement. It's probably 3-4 minutes. Then, like I said yesterday, the plaintiff or the one who brought the lawsuit is going to give an opportunity to give their opening statement. And we don't force them to give an opening statement. If they don't want to, they don't have to. Then they're going to say what they want to say. It may make sense. It may not make sense. You may have some questions, and that's fine. But when they are done with their opening statement, do not ask your questions yet. It's important that you wait for the other side to give their opening statement next. And then if you have questions, you ask the questions. Does anyone want to take a guess at why we're going to hold off on asking our questions until both sides give their opening statements? Anyone want to take a guess? And if you don't know, that's fine because I'll tell you. So the reason being is because you don't know how long the answer is going to take. So if the plaintiff gives their opening statement and I ask a question, that answer may take 6 minutes. Or that answer may cause me to ask another question, and then their answer is going to take now 7 minutes. And next thing you know, the defendant is saying, hello, I'm here. I'd like to say my opening statement. And you want to avoid the appearance of building some sort of rapport with that plaintiff in front of the defendant. So that's why it's important, I think, to wait for both sides to give an opening statement, and then you ask your questions. And then depending on the kind of question is, I don't care who answers. But if I have questions of a particular person, then I'm going to ask that particular person. Then typically, I'm going to, after I get done with my questions, I typically am going to go into caucus or into breakout rooms. But again, if I see that the attorneys and the parties are all getting along nicely, they're playing nice in the sandbox, no one's fighting with each other, and really they just have a business dispute, maybe I won't caucus. There's nothing to say that I have to caucus. So I may stay in a group together with everyone, depending on the circumstances. But typically, I'm going to go into caucus. So now we go into the second phase, which I should have typed here. We're going to acquire information. And this is a very fluid chart. This doesn't all come one step after another. It could be very fluid. And the acquiring the information stage may happen when they call you on the phone. It may happen when they send you an email in the very beginning. It may happen in the very beginning when they send you text messages, but it's also acquiring information when the parties give their opening statements. You're digesting the information that they want to give you. You're getting their side of the story. And mind you, if there's multiple parties, you let all parties give an opening statement. And typically, if the parties have an attorney, the attorneys are going to give the opening statement for the parties. And I'm not going to ask the parties if they have anything more they want to add to what their attorney said. So let the attorney speak for the parties and be done with it. So now I am acquiring information. We know the plaintiff is going to go first because they're the ones who filed the lawsuit. They're the ones who brought us to the table. Now what we're doing, my chart disappeared. So I don't know what happened to my chart, but I'm going to redo it. And I don't have the benefit.
You can see.
All right, hold on a second. Someone is, okay, I don't know why I can't use this. So I'm just going to tell you what each stage is on the oval. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. Yeah. So, all right. So so the first step is beginning. The second step is acquiring information. The third step is defining the issues and developing an agenda. Now, they're not going to come and tell you the issues are X, Y, and Z. They're just going to tell you this.
Lloyd, can you confirm if you can use the whiteboard?
I tried doing it and it's not working. Let me do it again.
We can see the whiteboard actually.
You can see it or cannot?
We can.
You can. Yeah, I can see mine, but I can't type on it, so I don't know why. But it doesn't matter. Let's not it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working for me, but that's fine. I'm going to close the whiteboard. So the first step is the beginning. That's when we're getting all the information. The next stage is acquiring information. That's when people are giving their opening statements and we're asking questions. The third stage is defining the issues and developing an agenda. And they're not going to tell you what their issues are. They're not going to tell you what the agenda is.
Sorry, Mr. Lloyd, can you try sharing the whiteboard again?
Yeah. All right, so here's the beginning. Then we are going to acquire information. Thank you, Nanchan. Acquiring information. And then we are going to define the issues. We're going to develop an agenda. And let me do this thing here. I don't know where my little stick went, but that's the funnel picture. So now let's get back on track. So we're going to define the issues. We're going to develop an agenda. They're not just going to hand it to you all on a silver platter. It's our job to figure out what the issues are in the case. And it's not an easy thing to do, but you have to see what both sides say. And the issues may not be the same on both sides from both parties. Then you're going to determine what do you folks want to talk about today? What are the issues do you want to talk? And you may have to ask them, what do you folks want to talk about today? Or what do you want to talk about first today? Or do you want to tackle the issue with the car first, and then we'll worry about the horse next? Figure out what they want to do. If they can't come up with what they want to talk about, you need to lead them down that road. Are you going to tackle the small issues first and get some momentum going with all these little settlements and then tackle the big issue later on? Or are you going to tackle the big issue first, get through that, and then everything else just falls into place? Or maybe some of these smaller issues are just going to disappear. We don't know. Each mediation is different. Maybe you're going to write down the issues on a whiteboard so people can actually see what the issues are. Maybe you're going to write the issues down on paper and hold the paper up so the parties can see what the issues are. Anything you can do to make it easier for the parties to digest, do it, because people learn in all different ways. Then we are going to, let me go to the whiteboard if I can. We are going to generate movement. So we've got, in the beginning, we've set up the mediation, we've gotten the information, we've defined the issues, we've developed the agenda. Now we're going to generate movement. And what I mean when we say we're going to generate movement, what I'm talking about is using our persuasive techniques to get people to start thinking or getting issues, for example. Now, when we want to generate movement, many times, if not most of the time, you're going to be doing those in a private caucus. So, for example, let's say we want to question the attorney's facts. We're going to do that in a private caucus. You know, you told me in the opening statement X, Y, and Z, and now you just told me A, B, and C. Help me understand what I'm missing. Put it on you as the mediator. Don't say that they're lying. Or you told me this before and now you told me this. Which one are you lying at? Don't say that. Say, help me understand where I'm missing something, where I'm missing connecting the dots together. Because I thought I heard you say X, Y, but again, you're going to do that in a private caucus. Another reason you're going to go into caucus or to generate movement in those, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. So let's back up. So generating movement. Everything we do, everything we say is to generate movement. We want to get them to move from their position. Now, maybe even the way we dress is something that we can do to generate movement. So, for example, in Florida, in the United States, we have some parts of Florida that are very wealthy. And we have some parts of Florida that are very poor. People do not have a lot of money in some parts of Florida. So when we are generating movement, for example, if I go to these poor part of Florida where people don't have a lot of money, and I'm wearing a suit and a tie and have a flashy watch on and show up in my Lamborghini and my Louis Vuitton shoes and stuff, I don't think that's helpful to generate movement. But now if I go into the more wealthy part of Florida and I dress like that, what is the message that I'm trying to get across to the people that I'm mediating who are very wealthy? And I look like I'm well-to-do. The message I'm getting is I get you. I understand you. So when the parties feel like I get them and I understand them, then they're going to feel comfortable with me. And when they feel comfortable with me, they're going to start trusting me. And when they start trusting me, they're going to start talking. And that's how we get people to start talking. That's how we get people to start talking about settlements. Now, if I go to the poor part of town, dress very fancy, they're not going to trust me. They're going to think I'm some city slicker from Miami. So when they don't trust me, they're not going to talk to me. So again, you got to make sure you want to be able to connect with the people. Then the next stage, after we generate movement, again, this is all very fluid, is we're going to escape to caucus. And remember, we're going to talk about the caucus in the opening statement. That way, when it happens, people expect it, or they know it's nothing crazy. In the Zoom world, we use breakout rooms. So when are we going to escape to caucus? We're going to escape to caucus when we want to use these persuasive techniques. When we want to question the facts of the case. Maybe we want to question the lawyer's theory. Maybe we're an attorney and we remember this case we just read about last week that is directly on point. So we're going to talk about maybe that case with that attorney and the client in a private caucus, because we don't want to compromise that attorney's position in front of the other side, because now the other side is going to use that against that party in court. And that's the best way to get it so the attorney never hires you again, is if you compromise that attorney's position in front of the other side, they're never going to hire you again. So we want to be careful that we don't do these things in front of the other side. You're also going to go into caucus when the attorney wants to speak to the client. Let them speak privately in their own private room. You're going to go into caucus when the client wants to speak to the attorney. Or maybe they want to speak to you. Or maybe the two attorneys want to speak privately. All that's okay. It's their case. Follow their lead and see what they want to do. Okay? But be careful that you don't compromise positions in front of the other side. Now, the next part, or the last part, is resolve or resolution. So now we've gone back and forth, the mediator. The parties have either resolved their case or they haven't. So maybe there's an impasse. Several ways to resolve the case. If I'm in person and everyone's playing nice in the sandbox and everyone gets along, maybe I'm going to bring the parties and the attorneys back together in the same room and go over the terms of the agreement so we can start drafting it. Then maybe I'm going to pull it up on my screen, on my computer, on my laptop, and work on the terms of the agreement with the parties. Or maybe the attorneys have already started drafting the agreement. That's fine. If I'm on Zoom, maybe I'm going to bring the parties back together again and do screen share. And as I'm typing, they are seeing what I'm typing. Again, maybe one of the attorneys has already started drafting the agreement while I was in with the other room talking, and that's okay. And then what's going to happen is if I'm in person, maybe I'm going to do DocuSign or another computer program, another app that can help you sign electronically, and I can just email to the parties. Or maybe I'm going to email the draft to the parties, to the attorneys, and they're going to print it on their printer, and they're going to sign it with a pen. That's okay. Maybe, okay, so now let's say we're on Zoom, and I do screen share. And everyone's okay with the final draft. I've emailed it to them so they can read it in their private office. So now maybe I'm going to set up DocuSign, or maybe I'm just going to email to them and they're going to print it and sign it and send it back to me. We'll have multiple copies of the signature page. That's okay too. And then basically the parties keep the original agreement. Maybe someone's going to file it with the court. I don't know how it's done in your jurisdiction. But I personally, as a mediator, do not need a copy of the agreement. If they want to send it to me, great, send it to me. But I don't need a copy of it. Maybe I'm going to try and get a copy because there's a lot of good language in that agreement that I may be able to use, a lot of boilerplate language that I can maybe use on other agreements. So lawyers are notorious for copying and pasting. We just got to do it carefully. So, but I don't need a copy of the agreement. Let the parties have the agreement. Someone's going to file it with the courthouse. Judge is going to sign off on the agreement, and that's it. Now, if we don't have an agreement, let's say the parties are arguing, we don't have an agreement, so we have an impasse. Then what I usually do, we'll bring the parties back together, and I'll say something to the effect, it sounds like we're close to the end. We got Janet Nanchang, who's offering $10,000. We got Yili Caddy, who is offering $5,000. Both parties have given us their final numbers. You all want to end the mediation impasse, so I'm going to honor that and end the mediation. We as mediators are not going to force them to meet to settle the case. We're not going to chastise them for not settling the case or tell them that they should have settled because the case is stupid. We're not going to do any of that kind of stuff. It's just the nature of the beast. Some cases settle and some cases don't. And that's okay. And then what I'm going to basically do, again, I don't know how they do it in your jurisdiction, but here in Florida, I just file a mediation report with the court that says mediation was conducted, the date, who was present, because maybe there was a court order to go to mediation. If someone wasn't there, the judge needs to enforce that the court order against someone. So that's why I put down who was in attendance at the mediation. And then I get paid. Now, whether you get paid before the mediation starts, whether you get paid after the mediation starts, whether you take credit card or what have you, that's your personal choice. However, it's done in your area. And that's the whole mediation. Now, this whole mediation may take 10 minutes. It may take 10 hours, or it may take an hour. Each case is different. Each mediation is different. And the reason why we, let me see if I can do my line again. The reason why we had this as a funnel is because we start wide with all these big issues. And as we talk to the parties and use our persuasive techniques, we come to the point where we've come to a settlement. And all these big issues, a lot of them are not issues, but the ones that are, we've resolved, and now we have the settlement. And this acronym you can remember because it is BADGER, Badger. So we got the beginning. Then we're requiring information. We're defining the issues, generating movement, escaping to caucus. And at the end, we have the resolution of the mediation. Any questions, comments, thoughts, or concerns? I wanted to keep it open at the end for the last few minutes for questions. Now's the opportunity to open up your cameras and ask questions. Otherwise, we're going to be looking at each other for 5 minutes. Any questions from anyone? All right, Nanchang, are you here?
Yes, sir.
So I'm giving you 5 minutes so you can give them a 5-minute break until your next session. Wait,
Well,
I think Kushi Seydu has her hand up, I think. You're on mute, Kushi Seydu. You have to unmute yourself. Kushi Seydu, on the lower left-hand corner of your screen, there's a mute button. If you click on that, you can unmute yourself. But I think you had a question. But if you want to, Kushi Seydu, if you want to just type it in, if you don't know how to unmute, that's fine. And I'll read the chat. and we can do it that way. Or maybe she didn't have a
Okay,
question.
I think they can use the remaining, maybe you can break them into maybe they can use
I do
5
have a
minutes.
question, sir. I have a
Okay.
question.
Let's do some questions. Hope, you have a question?
Yes, I do. When you were talking about defining issues, on my video, when you were talking about defining issues and to develop an agenda, I kind of not get you clearly because you said, are we to define the issue? You made mention of either writing it on a whiteboard or if it's something, a physical meeting, we can put everything out for them. Because I remember the last speaker, while talking, said that we're just to listen. So I'm trying to juxtapose what you said.
Yes, our main job is to listen, but we also want to make sure we take notes. And these notes are going to be the issues. Because it may be a very complicated case. And we may forget 2 hours later what the issues are. Or that someone said, I want an apology from the other side. I'm not leaving this mediation today until I get an apology. Well, that's something important. We got to write that down. So it's important that we're keeping notes to keep track of things. And we want to keep notes when we're talking about offers and demands. Does that answer your question, Hope?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And my daughter's middle name is Hope, so I like your name. All right, Miriam Combo Azeh. Hopefully I pronounced your name right. You're on mute. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you very much for this very enlightening lecture. What I want to ask is this. In Nigeria, we normally don't, most times we do, mediation is party driven and lawyers tend to complicate issues when they come into mediation. And most times we discourage it. They discourage it. Now, if in your own claim, you allow the attorneys to be there. Here in Nigeria, that we don't allow attorneys to be there. Can the parties themselves still go ahead to do this when there is need for him for the opening speech? They will still do it. And then there's caucusing, we will still do it with them. If councils now decide to come in and one party has no this an attorney and the other one has, what do we do in a situation like that?
So I think I understood your question. Not everyone has to have an attorney. Here in Florida, corporations need to have an attorney, but individuals don't have to have an attorney. We want to make sure the attorney is not bullying the non-represented party. We want to make sure the attorney is not taking control of the whole mediation. We want to make sure it's an even-handed process. And if we need to separate the parties into caucus because the attorney's acting like a bully, then that's what I'm going to do. I think that answered the end of your question. And I wasn't taking notes, so I forgot what your beginning question was. Did I answer your question, Miriam, or no?
No, I asked I said, when there's only one party that came with an attorney and the other one did not, do I have to allow the other attorney, the attorney that is present, to now make opening statements and even represent the council, the party, without the other one having an attorney?
So here in Florida, typically the attorneys are representing the clients. And I agree with you, Miriam, that sometimes the attorneys mess things up and they want to put on a show for their clients, so they really act crazy. But here in Florida, when there's an attorney, we're going to let the attorneys run the show. I don't know how it's done in Nigeria, so it may be different. But if there's an attorney, I want the attorney to do the speaking instead of the client. Now, the attorney may defer to the client and let the client speak, but I don't want to be the one to initiate the conversation. In your jurisdiction, if the clients are the ones that do the talking, then obviously do what's mostly done in your jurisdiction.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And I think there was another hand. Okay, now we got a message. Let me see what that chat's question was. I want to know if it's right to generate movement to say, please help me to connect the dots together because what you said earlier is not adding up. Yes, but I would do that in a private caucus because if I do that in front of the other side is realizing, ooh, something's not adding up. Let me tag on to that and grab it. So yes, in a private caucus, I think it's okay to say, help me connect the dots here because I'm having trouble understanding. Because what I thought I heard you say in your opening statement was the car was red, and now you tell me the car is yellow. So help me understand where help me connect the dots. Help me figure this out. So yeah, I think that's an okay statement. Help me connect the dots. But I would do it in private caucus. And I would do it a little bit more gently because what you said earlier is not adding up. To me, that's an accusatory statement. I'm accusing them of lying. So I would change that language to something to the effect, help me connect the dots, help me understand what what you're saying, versus what you're saying doesn't make sense. What you're saying doesn't add up. What you're saying is not right. Versus help me understand, help me help you. Okay, so again, a lot of it's how we word things. But yes, I think connect the dots is good language. I'm not so crazy about what you said earlier is not adding up. I'd be less accusatory. Does that make sense, Kushi Seydu? All right. She did. Give us a thumbs up if that makes sense, Kushi. I don't know if she can hear us. All right. I think there was another question from someone. I forget who it was. Was it Hadiza Lawal? What was that?
Hadiza.
Hadiza, did you have a question? Hadiza Lawal? All right.
Go ahead, please.
What was that, Nanshan?
Yeah, Hadiza, go ahead.
All right. Marin, I think, may have a question.
Okay,
Yes, I do.
Marin.
Yeah. Now, thank you for this time. And the badger you talked about, must the process go in this format, the way you arranged it?
It
All right.
typically
And
goes
then,
that way, but like the
okay.
acquiring information stage, you're doing that throughout the whole time. You're always acquiring information. You're always figuring out what the issues are throughout the whole mediation. It doesn't always go that way, except the opening statements are typically always in the beginning and the resolution's always at the end. I've
Okay.
had mediations where we go into caucus and then we come back together again. Talk some more and go back and forth. So it's a very fluid process. Answered your question, Marin?
Yes,
All right.
it does.
All right, good. Hadiza Lawal, you have a question and you're on mute, just so you know. I can't hear you, Hadiza.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I do have a question, sir. Please, on the resolution, you said that it's not necessary for the mediator to have a copy, it's just a
So you're breaking up, Hadiza. I got part of it, but here in Florida, United States, the mediator does not it's not required that the mediator keep a copy of the agreement. So I don't know if that answers your question. You were breaking up, but here we do not
I'm
require
so
now.
sorry, sir. I didn't hear anything you said. Sorry. Can you please repeat it, sir?
So what I was saying is here in Florida, United States, the mediator is not required to keep a copy of the agreement. Now, if in Nigeria or where your jurisdiction you're mediating, they require you to keep a copy, then obviously you keep a copy.
Okay. If it's
Hadiza, just I cannot hear you. Your Wi-Fi is not good.
personal, I'm asking you personally or not, sorry.
Hadiza, I'm going to need you to start over because your Wi-Fi is not good where you are. All right.
Yes,
Hadiza,
sir.
if you can, I need you to start over. Your Wi-Fi is not good, Hadiza.
Aliza,
Okay.
can you make can you allow your device to be stable and then speak so that I can hear you?
All right. Nanchang, if she has if you can get the question from her later on, you can email me and I can email you back, or she can friend me on LinkedIn and we can do it that way.
Okay. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, your Wi-Fi is not working where you are. It's very hard to hear you. So if you want to write down your question and send it to me in the chat, maybe I can do it that way. It's just your Wi-Fi is not conducive to this. It's hard for me to hear your question.
And
All right.
you can put off your video and speak. It will be clearer.
All right. Anyone else have any questions? Anyone else have any questions? All right. Anything else from Nanchang for me?
Okay, so thank you very much, sir. So this is your last class. So I would like you to take a few minutes to tell the participants about yourself and what you do and about Mediation Training Academy, Florida.
Okay. Thank you. So I am the president. I'm an attorney, been an attorney for about 33 years now, over 33 years here in Florida. And I live in South Florida near Fort Lauderdale, which is just north of Miami. And I'm also the president of Mediation Training Academy. And I do training programs every month, sometimes multiple months on Zoom and in person for those who want to become certified mediators. Or if you don't want to get certified and you want to take the class, you can do that too. And I have different programs, different levels of the court system, also family mediation and elder mediation I do. And mine is the first step of that process. And to get certified, you have to do a certain number of observations, et cetera, et cetera. And what else do I want to say? All my programs are done on Zoom. I have a website, Mediation Training Academy, LinkedIn, and Facebook, et cetera. I also serve on the Small Claims Rules Committee of the Florida Bar, and I serve on the Rules and Policy Committee of the Alternative Dispute Resolution for the state of Florida, where I serve on a committee with other attorneys, mediators, and judges, and we look at the rules of mediation here in Florida and see how they need to be changed and adapted. And so I enjoy that work too. And I love teaching. I love mentoring. I would love to connect with all of you on LinkedIn. And you can find me on LinkedIn. And that's about it for me. Married with 3 kids. So thank you, Nanchang.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Lloyd. On behalf of the management of the Settlement House Area Training Institute and its governing body, we want to appreciate you especially for creating time out of your busy schedules to teach the students. I understand that you love teaching, you love mentoring, and maybe that's the reason why you've created time to address this audience. To the audience, we'll reach out to you eventually for those who may be interested in taking the training to become a certified Florida Supreme Court, either county mediator or any of the stages of those. We're in talking terms with Mr. Lloyd, and we can make arrangement for those who are interested. If you are interested, you can reach out to me, and we'll still reach out to you on your platform for those who are interested. So thank you very much, Mr. Lloyd. And
you're welcome. You're welcome. All right. Yili Kadi, you have your hand up. You have a question?
Yes, sir. Please, how can we, what name do you use on LinkedIn so we can connect with you? I tried checking it up yesterday, but I didn't find you.
So it's under Mediation Training Academy. If you
Okay.
type in Mediation Training Academy, that's me.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mediation Training Academy. It's in the Nanchang put it in the bio sheets of all the speakers, and it's got the name in there, Mediation Training Academy. All right. Well, if that's it, then I hope you all have a great day or great rest of your day. I'm not your last speaker today, am I, Nanchang?
No, we have
Okay.
other classes.
All right, so I don't want to cut into their time or your break time. So it's been a pleasure. I wish you all good luck in your future mediations. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to log off now, Nanchan. All right, bye-bye, everyone.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We appreciate you. All right. So to the participants, now we are going to take a break. We will return. We are going to be having a practical session. I believe they've shared the timetable on your. They've shared the timetable as well as the scenarios. So you can use your break time to go through the scenarios. You are going to be. We'll break you into different groups where each one of you is going to have the opportunity of serving as either a mediator or a party. So you take your break. If you are not on the WhatsApp training platform, please drop a message. You'll be added so that you'll be able to see some of the information that were passed and read up the scenario. We are going to take the first scenario after you return from the break. So you are supposed to have 30 minutes break. So come back at 1:43. Come back, we're on break now. Come back at 1:43. Come back at 1:43. Is that okay?
It's okay, but
you have 30 minutes break. Come back at 1:43. And read up the scenario. When you're coming back, we'll go into practicals.
sorry, can I get clarification there?
Go ahead, sir.
Hello? Yes. I joined late for today because I was having problem with my network. You're talking of information where I sent. Is it in the morning
the training
before I
platform? It's on the
okay,
training platform.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
If you meet any session, you can check on YouTube. It's still live. Before it's removed, you can check up some aspect that you missed.
Okay, thank you, sir. It's the first lecture that I missed.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's not. So if I did now, it would be okay.
You think, but you're not listening. I know. You think it's me. Hello?
Congratulations to our inductees.